Hello and welcome to this meeting of the Planning and Development Council of the Town of Oakville. We have no regrets. Everybody is present. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Madam Clerk, no declarations are seen. Would two of us move in second, resolving into Committee of the Whole? Councillor Lischina, Councillor Dudek, thank you. Any objection? There being none, that carries, and we are resolved into Committee of the Whole. Council, there are a number of consent items, 6 of them, concerning notices, giving notice of intention to designate. These notices are required under statute if we're going to proceed to continue to clean up our heritage interest list. I wonder if there's a mover for the, Councillor McNeese, thank you. Any objection? The consent items are adopted. Thank you. Now there's a confidential consent item, and this is on the appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal of a Committee of Adjustment decision respecting 571 Stevens Crescent. And legal staff are available if members of council have questions not answered by the report. Otherwise, I would look for a motion for the recommend. Councillor Chisholm, thank you. Is there any objection to the motion? There being none, I can now say that council has agreed that the appeal in the matter be confirmed, that the town solicitor or his designate be authorized to pursue the appeal of the decision in accordance with the position set out in the Appendix D of this report, and that in consultation with the Director of Planning Services or his designate, the town solicitor or his designate is authorized to negotiate or propose settlement of the appeal and execute minutes of settlement before or at the OLT hearing in a manner that addresses the issues and concerns identified in Appendix D attached to the report. We have no public hearing items, but we do have some interesting discussion items. The first one is the recommendation report for the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment by Format Lakeshore Inc. concerning 42 Lakeshore Road West. And a member of our staff, Mr. Paul Barrett, has a presentation, which I invite everyone to give their attention to. And then we have 5 listed delegations, and we will poll the audience if anybody has come along with more. Mr. Barrett, we are all yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. This presentation will summarize the staff recommendation report for the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment proposed by Format Lakeshore Inc. at 42 Lakeshore Road West. This application was last considered by Council at the statutory public meeting on November 13th of last year. A 10-story mixed-use building was presented to Council by the proponent with 152 units. The designated McCraney-Robertson house existing on the property today was proposed to be demolished and replaced with a commemorative structure. At the public meeting, the staff report presented several matters to be addressed, which are noted on the left side of this slide. Council and the public raised additional items noted on the right. Through over 50 written submissions, important insight into the detailed context of the community was shared, and many well-articulated areas of concern were identified. Each of the foregoing matters were incorporated into the technical review of the proponent's application. This table outlines the application milestones for context. Following the public meeting, staff were focused on completing the technical review of the application, as well as completing the recommendation report consistent with the Planning Act timeline of 120 days before refund of application fees and potential for appeal for non-decision by the proponent. The context and structure of the surrounding area was an important part of staff's review. The yellow star denotes the subject property. Note the distance it is located from Midtown at the top right and the frequent rapid transit network along Spears at the top left. The highest level of intensification is directed to the town's primary growth areas with existing or planned frequent rapid transit, such as Midtown, not the subject property. This context is important when applying provincial policy, including efficient development patterns and coordinating infrastructure with growth. However, the subject property is located on an established main street, which would provide future residents with the ability to walk to a grocery store, other local stores, services, parks, and a variety of jobs. This context is part of a complete community, which is a central objective of the provincial growth plan. As a result, the subject property is located within the Kerr Village growth area on the main street towards the edge of the growth area, which is noted in blue on this image. The subject property is currently vacant aside from the McCraney-Robertson house shown on the bottom image, with 3-story townhouses to the south, 1 to 2-story mixed-use development, as well as 3 apartment buildings to the northeast, which range in height from 6 to 17 stories in height. At the site-specific scale, the subject property is zoned CBD, so that's Central Business District, SP 17, Special Provision 17, and livable designates the subject property Main Street 1, consistent with its location on the main street. The circle on the property denotes a special policy which permits a mixed-use building up to 5 stories in height with bonusing. The overall goal for the Kerr Village growth area is to be revitalized as a vibrant business district and cultural area. That's policy 23.1. The staff report cites several policies which were applied in staff's review. However, I'd like to draw your attention to 2 important objectives of Livable Oakville in this context. The first is transitions. Kerr Village is divided into different development districts, which are structured to provide an appropriate transition in land use and built form between the existing residential areas and redevelopment. And the second objective is the main street. Lakeshore is a primary main street on the urban design schedule, which means redevelopment must contribute to fostering a vibrant and active Main Street environment. So in terms of transitions, you'll recall that the subject property is located adjacent to 3-story townhouses to the south, and more broadly, a low-rise residential neighborhood. Creating appropriate transitions towards abutting neighborhoods is required by Livable Oakville. In evaluating the proponent's design in this regard, staff applied the Livable Oakville policies as well as the design guidelines for Kerr Village. There are 3 parts to this review I'd like to draw your attention to. The first is spatial separation. The image at the top left shows the floor plate of the 5-story building in green, overlaid by the proponent's design in orange. This site is somewhat unique, as in 2015, the OMB approved a building 5 stories in height with 0-meter setback to the townhouses. In comparison, the proponent's building presents a smaller floor plate and an increased setback of 6 to 16.5 meters. This provides a buffer between the proposed building and the townhomes. The second part is angular plane. The image at the top right shows the angular plane for a 10-story and an 8-story building, with the 8-story building at the bottom, towards the townhouses to the south. The black line is the applicant's view of what the angular plane should be, and the red line is the angular plane that staff applied, which is prescribed by the design guidelines for Kerr Village. And this helped inform staff's recommendation for an 8-story building with appropriate step-backs, setbacks, and design treatment. The third point is overlook. To adhere to the urban design direction for Oakville and Kerr Village specifically, terraces and balconies have been revised to be positioned at a minimum of 10.5 meters above grade, and principal windows are set back 10 meters from the shared property lines. The revised property proposal suggests the integration of inset balconies for terraces with the 10.5 meter limit to provide for a gradual transition and a better visual blending opportunity with the adjacent low-rise units, and to minimize both shadow and privacy concerns for the dwellings to the south. The zoning bylaw amendment before council sets out a building envelope comprised of setbacks, stepbacks, and maximum building height to implement all of the foregoing, which is also informed by an analysis of a shadow impact study. In terms of shadow impacts, the model at the top left was used to evaluate the shadow impacts of the proposed building. And the reduction of the building in height to 8 stories combined with the previously noted setbacks and stepbacks meet the town's guidelines both towards the low-rise residential neighborhood as well as the main street to the north. With regards to the main street, which really defines Kerr Village, how the proposal reflects the existing context and patterns by incorporating minor variations in setbacks, and building heights and setbacks, projections and recesses of the facade, of large window openings, commercial use at grade. This was a very important part of staff's review. Aside from the shadow study, there are a few parts of this review I'd like to draw your attention to. The first is heritage. A historic photo of the McCraney-Robertson Heritage House is shown on the top right. In staff's opinion, conserving this designated heritage dwelling would not only be consistent with the PPS and would conform to the growth plan, but it forms an important part of the historic Main Street character of Kerr Village and would be conserved as part of the revised 8-story building design. The second part is commercial. While relatively large commercial units are proposed at grade, which exceed the general bylaw requirement of a minimum of 9 meters deep, it's staff's view that this alone would not support viable retail spaces to achieve the policy objective of an active main street, as 0 parking for the commercial units was originally proposed. The zoning bylaw amendment before council requires all of the required commercial parking to be provided on-site, which may be shared with visitor parking spaces, and also requires the full outdoor amenity space around the heritage building, which supports an active and vibrant Main Street environment. The last point is related to urban design and architecture, which is shown in this perspective from the view of a person viewing the corner of the building at a street level. Introducing a 1.5 meter step back for the ground floor supports commercial activities along Lakeshore Road. The second floor cantilever was strategically employed to foster street activation without compromising the building's overall design. This adjustment also aims to enhance the clarity of the view towards the heritage structure and the proposed open space, fostering a more distinct and visually appealing integration of these elements within the overall design. Recognizing the scale and design features of the surrounding buildings, the height of the masonry wall treatment at the corner would be restricted to 4 stories on both sides. This approach maintains a balanced relationship with the neighboring structures and respects the overall character of the area. Multiple step-backs in the building design have been strategically incorporated to minimize the perceived impact of massing. This approach contributes to a more balanced relationship with the surrounding community. This perspective shows the building looking southeast towards the building, and you'll notice the massing next to the building. It shows the planned context of 4 stories on either side. As outlined in the staff report, staff are recommending approval of the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for an 8-story building for the reasons outlined on this slide. While this would constitute a 3-story increase in height over the 5-story building approved by the OMB, the Ontario Municipal Board in 2015 with bonusing, the revised building is more articulated with greater setbacks, step-backs, which results in a smaller floor plate. This presents similar shadow impacts to the 5-story building and overall a transition which meets the guidelines to the low-rise residential neighborhood to the south. Similarly, the floor plate of the building is reduced to accommodate an open space along the main street, with large retail units, commercial parking, and conservation of the heritage building. This will contribute to meeting the policy objectives of a vibrant and active Main Street environment, which has helped define Kerr Village. In addition, broader policy objectives that would be achieved include meeting housing needs for the community, revitalizing Kerr Village, which is the goal outlined in Livable Oakville for this growth area. And taken together and in the surrounding context, staff are recommending approval of this official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, which really sets out the building envelope for this development. The plans would be approved as part of a future site plan application, and as noted in the staff report, revisions to the plans would be required, but they would be implemented through the site plan process. In conclusion, Your Worship, staff put forth the following recommendation for Council's consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barrett. Council, do you have questions for Mr. Barrett? Councillor Duddick.
Thank you, through your worship. Just to clarify, the current application that is before council this evening is for a 10-story, is it not?
Through you, Your Worship, the applicant's original proposal was for 10 stories. The instruments in front of council today are for an 8-story building. They were revised based on staff's review of the application.
Okay, but currently we have an application for 10 stories.
Through you, Your Worship, the applicant's application is for 10 stories.
Correct. Okay. I'm a little surprised because some of the residents might be quite surprised seeing all your renderings are promoting an 8-story, given that a 10-story is currently the application.
Through you, Your Worship, I thought it would be important to share how staff evaluated the 10-story building and how staff arrived at the 8-story building, and that very much included review of the renderings that were included as part of the presentation, as well as the shadow analysis.
I'm somewhat taken aback by the fact that this was not even shared with the ward councillors. And I want it to be on record that we were never notified of any change of plans from the 10-story application that we currently have before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duddick. Mr. Barrett, I wonder if you could clear up for me. I thought you said that the application was revised based on comments from staff. So that I took from that, I'm asking if I'm correct, I took from that the applicant has modified the application in response, and that's why what's before us now is 8. Could you just clear that up?
Yes, Your Worship. So the applicant's application is for 10 stories. When staff reviewed the application, it was very evident that 10 stories could not be supported, but up to 8 stories could. And that really informed the staff recommendation. Before Bill 109, typically when the timelines did not apply, the applicant would have had time to revise their proposal and submit an 8-story building. The councilors would have been notified. It would have been posted to the town's website for the public to view. But under this abbreviated timeline, there was an opportunity for the applicant to formally revise their application.
So thank you for that. That means that they've submitted an application for 10, and staff are recommending that we approve 8 and these other details that you've walked us through. Is that, do I get it now?
Yes, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Elgar and then Councillor Haslett-Thiel.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Burton. I appreciate the presentation. This property seems to have a bit of a history, and when I read through it, I'm finding that previously somebody wanted more stories, but town staff came up with a total of 5 stories. Am I reading it correctly, or did I misunderstand when I was reading the report?
Through you, Your Worship, the staff report, it references a 5-story approval by the Ontario Municipal Board, and there have been subsequent site plan applications submitted for different building designs, but they did adhere to the 5-story height.
So this is where I'm confused, and I need some help here. So it was agreed to 5 stories as of right, and that's it. But now, so the applicant, or whoever wants to put in the application, now decided, let's double it, go from 5 to 10, and now staff are okay with going to 8? I'm confused for how that happened, or what changed in our official plan that would do that?
Through you, Your Worship. So a landowner has a right to submit an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application, not for everything, but certainly for an increase in height within a growth area. And that's what occurred here. 5-story was permitted with bonusing. The applicant came in with an application for 10 stories, and staff reviewed it, and based on that review, the maximum height that could be supported at a staff level based on the technical analysis that I outlined in the presentation was 8.
So a bonusing that's good bonus, double your money, I guess. But so how did we get it down to 5 stories at the OMB, where the OMB agreed with town staff and previously? What happened?
Through you, Your Worship, I'd be speculating. I wasn't part of that hearing itself, but we can certainly dig up the decision and provide it to you.
Okay. I appreciate that, because it's very confusing trying to understand what happened here, especially when the OMB, which is the final authority, agreed to 5. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elgar. Mr. Barrett, I wonder, supplemental to Councillor Elgar, did anything change at the level of provincial legislation between that OMB decision and the time of today?
Yes, Your Worship. There has been, I would characterize, very substantial changes since 2015. At a provincial level, I've already noted the timelines under the Planning Act have changed. The Ontario Municipal Board approved 5 stories with bonusing. Now, that section of the Planning Act does not exist for bonusing. That's Section 37. There's been housing pledges that the province has put forward for municipalities, updates to the PPS, the growth plan. There's been comprehensive and very substantial changes.
Thank you for that. Councillor Haslett-Deal, thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. I just want to seek some clarification. Bylaw number 24-020 says that if we are in fact approving this tonight, whereas the owners of the land known as 42 Lakeshore Road West have requested to amend the Live a Local plan to apply a site-specific exception policies to permit a maximum building height of 11 stories. So forgive me if I'm misunderstanding the bylaw, but the bylaw is telling me that if we voted yes tonight, that it would be 11 stories, not 9, which is 8 plus the amenity space on the top. So could you just clarify that for me?
Through you, Your Worship, the bylaw is for a proposal of 8 stories plus 1 additional story for the indoor amenity space, and therefore a total of 9 stories.
I'm sorry, so where do I find that in writing? Because that's not what is in my appendix in the reports. Again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm simply trying to do my due diligence as a councillor. This says 11, it does not say 8.
Through you, Your Worship, I would need to pull up the bylaw amendments in order to provide that information.
Well, I'd appreciate that before we vote. I do want to comment that I think the work that was done on terracing and shared parking and allowing for some form of, to ensure the protection of the heritage and even some of the step backs is positive, but I'm not understanding why you wouldn't have shown us a 5-story building, because in fairness, that is what the OMB provided for, and the people who've sent some pretty compelling letters to us are wondering why that is not on the table. So again, is there an image of the 5-story that we could see? Because while yes, we are obligated to continue to grow, most of what I've read from the public has been they've been supportive of 5. They understand that that's a change and a transition in their neighborhood and that they were going to have to experience it, but perhaps you have an image that could help us understand?
Sorry, through you, Your Worship, we will have to ask that the presentation be pulled up to show the 5-story development previously approved. While that is being pulled up, I will note that 42 Lakeshore Road West is located within a node and a corridor, that being Kerr Village, and a main street area. So growth is meant to be directed towards Kerr Village at an appropriate scale for the context to achieve a broader policy objectives. With a height increase of 3 stories, increased stepbacks and setbacks to the north, south, and east property lines, conservation of the heritage building, and an open amenity space centered around the heritage building. The idea is that this would help to create a more vibrant street character while providing for a building that would contribute to achieving broader objectives, such as complete communities, providing a range of housing to respond to current and future needs, the revitalization of Kerr Village, and efficient development patterns that optimize the use of land.
So what page are you on in our report? Because if that's what you're referring to, I just want to make sure I see a bylaw that says that. I'm looking at page 459 of the 501-page report. Are you referring to a page in the report that we can reference?
Through you, Your Worship, that is not a portion of the report specifically. The report does speak to that. These are points pulled out of the report.
So respectfully, I did read the report. I'm concerned that that's not what's in the bylaw. And so I'll leave it with the commissioner and the director, but we need to approve what's in writing and accurate.
Dear Mr. Mayor, if I may, to assist council, Appendix D to the staff report has the OPA as staff have drafted it. If you look at the last page of that appendix, it illustrates or states in there are 9 stories. In Appendix E is the zoning bylaw the staff have prepared, and in there it does note a maximum height of 9 stories and corresponding metric of 35 meters.
So 459 is Appendix D, and a 459 says 11. Sorry. Maybe there's a second Appendix D?
Well, Council, I was hearing the director say E, not D.
No, he said E, and okay. Again, it shouldn't say to permit a maximum building height of 11 stories.
Which is a D or E?
It shouldn't say that. It should say a maximum building height of what you're asking us for, which is 8 plus an amenity space.
Mr. Planning Director, could you clear up the letter and the page that you want the councilors to look at?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, and my apologies, council, I don't have the consolidated version or the bundle. So working off of eScribe, I'm looking at Appendix D, which is the draft OPA, and Appendix E is the draft zoning amendment. So my apologies, I don't have the corresponding page number for you.
All right. Thanks very much. I'm interested in what the delegates have to say.
Do we need time to, for everybody to cross-reference D and E?
Well, it clearly says in D to permit a maximum building height of 11 stories, and I'm sure it now sounds like there are further statements in it, according to, if I trust the director, that it says 9.
Through you, Your Worship, if I could chime in here. On page 5 of Appendix D, the last paragraph there states that on the lands designated Main Street 1, known as 42 Lakeshore Road West, a maximum building height of 9 stories shall be permitted.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I could assist, Mr. Carr helped out. It's 463 and 464 of council's bundle.
Okay, so it says 9. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, council, for getting everybody on the same page, literally. We have two more councilors, Councilor Lischina and Councilor Adams.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Brett, I heard from you that I understand what staff is recommending. What I didn't hear is, did the developer or the builder agree to the 8-story or what you're recommending, or are they still planning to dispute that?
Through you, Your Worship, so after the technical review of the application was wrapping up, staff did approach the proponent and essentially advised them the maximum height that staff could support. And we outlined the reasons why. And it's my understanding, I know the proponent will follow this presentation, but they've agreed to accept the 8 stories and not appeal council's decision should they choose to approve it.
Thank you very much for that clarification.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Adams?
Sorry, Your Worship, I was only trying to help staff with finding page 463, Part 2, Section A1, where it talks about the 9 stories in the OP, and on page 464 of the agenda, Section 1B, where it talks about the 9 stories in the zoning bylaw.
Thank you, Councilor. By many different roads, we got to the right page. All right. Madam Clerk, we have a number of registered delegations. Would you begin the delegations?
I would like to call to the podium Paul Demzak from Battery Planning and Management with a presentation.
Welcome, Mr. Demchak. Council looks forward to your presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me this evening. My name is Paul Demchak with Battery Planning and Management. I'm the planning consultant here on behalf of the applicant for this evening. The owner of the property is Format Group, and they are also here in attendance for tonight's meeting. We have previously presented, obviously, the subject application for a proposed 10-story building on the subject property, and a rendering of that building is shown on this slide. There's been a number of public consultations that we've held in advance and leading up to tonight's meeting. The initial meeting that we held was on April 25th of 2023. This was at the West Harbor Residents Association. There was over 100 residents in attendance there at that meeting. Subsequently, a virtual public information meeting was held on July 25th of 2023. Subsequent to that, our application was submitted, and on November 13th, a statutory public meeting was held, also introducing the subject application. At the previous statutory meeting, we heard a number of comments and feedback on our application. This included concerns that were shown on staff slides earlier, but just to highlight some of the main ones. There was concerns, obviously, of the proposed height at 10 stories. There was concerns of density and traffic within the neighborhood. There was concerns of sun shadow impacts. We also heard concerns from council and the public of heritage conservation, as well as the location of the previous magnolia tree that existed on the property. Next slide, please. So we have read the staff report and have noted there are a number of changes that are proposed to the development. And again, I'll just highlight a few of these critical changes very briefly. So again, the height was reduced, or is proposed to be reduced from 10 to 8 stories, plus a mechanical penthouse and amenity space. A reduction of approximately 28 units from the previously submitted 152 units that were submitted, so that reduces it to 124 units. The Heritage House is proposed to be reconstructed through the redevelopment of the site. There's an increased ground floor setback along Lakeshore Road and improved commercial accessibility to the building, specifically at the corner of Lakeshore Road and Chisholm Street. There's also an overall reduction in overall massing of the building. Next slide, please. At the rear of the building, as shown on this image, there are larger setbacks and stepbacks adjacent to the properties to the south. All terraces are proposed to have inset balconies, as was highlighted in the staff presentation. And there's an increase in commercial parking as it's proposed to be shared with the underground visitor parking. Next slide, please. So just as a response to a number of the key concerns we heard from the previous public meeting, from council and the public, we note the proposed changes in the recommendation report, in my opinion, do address many of these specific concerns. Obviously, the height's been reduced. The overall density's been reduced. The development, notwithstanding, it is my opinion that a 10-story building, in fact, did perform quite well on the site from a sun shadow perspective. In my opinion, this revised proposal by staff does not create any unacceptable shadow impacts. I know it says show, I meant to say shadow. The proposed parking is acceptable from a technical perspective. That has been reviewed by Oakville engineering and traffic staff. The modifications that are proposed this evening do propose the restoration / reconstruction of the McCraney Robertson House, and a new magnolia tree is intended to be planted within the new development in an appropriate location within the courtyard. Next slide, please. So there is a staff recommendation report before council this evening for an 8-story mixed-use building. It's located within a growth area and designated Main Street 1, where the town anticipates contextually appropriate growth and change. As noted in the question period to staff, there's been a significant amount of changes, both from provincial policy, the PPS, the growth plan, as well as a number of changes fairly recently to the Planning Act, Bill 23, Bill 109, that do obviously have an impact in terms of what my initial recommendation report was, but obviously it's impacting how staff are viewing this as well from my perspective. Further, those policy changes and changes to specifically the growth plan and the housing targets have been implemented further down to the regional official plan in some of the most recent ROPA amendments. And those local changes have not been implemented from my perspective at the local level. This design and this opportunity, in my opinion, on this site provides for high quality architecture. It provides for an appropriate step back and appropriate implementation, at least my opinion, of the policies of both the Livable Oakville official plan as well as the design guidelines and their intent of the design guidelines for contextually appropriate development that provides for additional housing in a much needed location. I do understand this is a change from what was previously approved. I do understand that obviously the policy context and planning context from my perspective has significantly changed. And that's why we're here this evening, to have some of these challenging conversations. There was a question about the applicant's position on the application, and I'll preempt it and maybe just get ahead of it. Assuming that council agrees with the staff recommendation report this evening, and provided there's no public appeals to council's decision, I have confirmed my client that they will not be challenging council's decision if they were so to choose to approve the application this evening at the 8 stories that are recommended by staff. That concludes my presentation. I'm more than happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your information. There may be questions from council, and there may not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
Our next delegation is Linda Dorrington with a presentation.
Welcome, Ms. Dorrington. Council looks forward to your information.
Thank you, Your Worship and councillors, for this opportunity to speak to you about our concerns around the proposed development at 42 Lakeshore Road West. Next slide, please. Firstly, I'd like to address our concerns regarding the application and approval process. Next slide. We are wondering who the actual proponent here is. Is it format, or is it the Town Planning Services Department? The Planning Services Department seemed to us to have crossed a line in giving the appearance of representing the developer in this case. The developer filed in October last year an application knowing that it was not compliant with the current bylaws and the official town plan. Hence the request to have these changed. Now the town's planning department seems to be themselves justifying why this change should be permitted. Thank you. Is their role not to ensure compliance with the town's own bylaws rather than to support the developer's efforts to have these changed? This suggests to us a conflict of interests. Next slide, please. We are concerned about the timing and the rush to recommend a decision. The Planning Services Department seems to be justifying their leap to a recommendation report on the basis that there is now insufficient time for the developer to submit a new application before the 120-day deadline of the 31st of January. It is not clear to us why the current application for a 11-story building shouldn't be denied, with the recommendation that the developer themselves submit a new application for a building which is more in keeping with the town's bylaws and plan. It seems that the town's own planning department is doing the developer's job for them. Why is this acceptable? Is this a good use of the town's time and resources? A Planning Services Department recommendation provided at the last minute, apparently under a 120-day deadline, seeks far-reaching amendments to the town's plan and bylaws that casually sets an alarming precedent for future possible development in this area. Next slide, please. We are concerned about the vague holding provisions referred to in the recommendation report. The Planning Services Department recommendation number 4 on page 1 states that the notice of the Council's decision reflect that Council has fully considered all of the written and oral submissions relating to these matters, and that those comments have been appropriately addressed. Surely this cannot be fully considered where approval is predicated on required revised and updated studies and decisions not yet made. The holding provisions for further studies are vague and unspecific. And the Planning Services Department themselves are included in those who will be adjudicating the unspecified standards for the revised studies. How is this good practice? One example, a revised transportation impact study with a change in scope and a new parking plan is required. However, the holding provision does not indicate what the bar is for approval of this study, or what requirements should be met for the transportation impacts to be deemed acceptable. Is the mere submission of an updated study sufficient? How much traffic is too much traffic? Next slide, please. Now I'd like to address the confusion around the proposed height of this building, and please bear with me here. There are some numbers which are not very clear to me. So is the developer proposing a building of 10 or 11 stories? In their October 2023 application, the developer states a building of 10 stories at a height of 38.25 meters. However, a footnote in the Planning Department report states, for consistency, this report will refer to a proposed mixed-use building as 10 stories. However, it is technically 11 stories when accounting for the rooftop amenity space. It is concerning to us that this important technicality is tucked into the small print footnote. For the existing residents of the area, the height of this building is a material issue. Now, as I said, I may have misunderstood some of the numbers presented by the developer and the town planning staff, but let's have a look at the building height. Next slide, please. So let's compare the developer's proposed 10/11-story building versus the planning department's 8 or 9-story building. In October, format applied for a 10-story building of 38.25 meters. The regulations appear to suggest that the maximum height may include mechanical penthouse of no more than 6 meters. So if we add another floor for the mechanical penthouse of 6 meters, we get to a building height of 44.25 meters. Now let's look at what the Planning Service Department is proposing. They suggest a building of 8 stories and 35 meters in height. If we add the 6 meters for the mechanical penthouse, we come to a total height of 41 meters. Let's look at the regulations they refer to on page 24 of the report. Regulation C says that property is currently zoned for 5 stories at 18 meters high. So by my math, we come to 5 stories of 18 meters. That makes each story 3 meters in height. Adding as well a 6-meter mechanical penthouse allowance. Now, if we use the same ratio for the 10-story building, we should come to 30 meters in building height. Plus the 6-meter penthouse, bringing us to 36 meters. So why did the format apply for 38.25 meters? Then we look at the 8-story building. Times 3 meters, we get to 24 meters, plus 6 meters for the penthouse rooftop facilities, coming to 30 meters. How does the town planning staff get to 35 meters for 8 stories? And do we add 6 meters to this for the penthouse? 9th floor, making it 41 meters high. So as you can see, it's very confusing. There are lots of other numbers in the plans and the other documents I've reviewed. We are not clear on what the final height of this building will be, and this will have an impact on the neighborhood. Having spoken to many residents in the area and reviewed the documents, there appears to be considerable confusion about the building height. We do not believe the council, sorry, I'm on the conclusion slide. We do not believe that the council can honestly state that they have fully considered all of the written and oral submissions and that those comments have been appropriately addressed, because the holding provisions do not set out clear requirements to be fulfilled before approval. Neither the developer's application nor the planning department's proposal is consistent with all applicable plans or regulations, since they are seeking an amendment to the official plan and the bylaws. If this was indeed consistent, no amendment would be necessary. We do not support the developer's application nor the planning department's recommendation. We request that the developer submit a new application which is in line with the town's bylaws and official plan and is in keeping with the physical character of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, the next delegation. Ms. Dorrington, I wonder if you would be kind enough to come back. When I glanced at the screen, I failed to notice the interest of some councillors in asking questions of you,
Certainly.
and I apologize.
I'll do my best.
Councillor Duddock?
Thank you. Through you, Worship. Thank you very much for your presentation. Well prepared, well thought out. Just to provide some clarity to those who are attending or watching online, you're asking for council to deny the 10-story application, full stop, and if there's something to come back to us, it goes through the normal planning process. Is that correct?
That is correct. I don't really understand why it's necessary to rush to the 8-story building when surely normal process would be this is denied, resubmit a new application for a building that is more acceptable in terms of the bylaws and the community needs. So I'm not understanding why we leap from a 10-story to an 8-story, and the 8 stories being proposed not actually by the developer, but by the town planning staff.
You're not alone. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else? Ms. Dorrington, thank you again.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
The next delegate is Manlio Mariscotti.
Mr. Mariscotti, welcome. Council looks forward to your presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. My name is Manlio Mariscotti. I live at 75 Forsyth Street. I had the opportunity to virtually address the council last November, so I either enjoyed that experience so much or I'm a glutton for punishment. I'm not quite sure. I did speak at that meeting about a petition that we had submitted, and I just wanted to give a little bit more color on that. Last November, a neighbor and I canvassed a 6-block area stretching from Brookfield to Forsyth, south of Lakeshore. And we wanted to gauge whether the opposition to the proposed 10-story, 152 residential unit building was confined to the immediate neighbors, to the neighbors on Chisholm, or was a bigger issue for everyone in the neighborhood. We're not professional pollsters, so we didn't go door to door. We canvassed a sample of houses on a block, but we did go all the way over to Brookfield. And a petition inherently has to be fairly high level. So what we covered off was issues with regards to traffic and parking, road safety, including pedestrian safety, noise pollution. We talked about the height and the density and what that meant for the streetscape and the feel of West Harbor. Virtually everyone that we spoke to wanted to sign the petition, or they felt so strongly about it that they were actually going to send an objection letter directly to the town. The other interesting experience for us was that frequently people asked us to come inside their home so that they could vent their frustration in greater detail. And as we all know, when you go door to door, very often that's not the reaction you get. So it was a positive experience from that perspective. We collected signatures from 52 households, and we delivered these 52 petitions to the town prior to the November 13th council. I would expect that probably in the range of 100 objections and petitions were received prior to that meeting, which is a large number when you consider the number of households in that small area, again, stretching from Brookfield to Forsyth on the south side. Aside from, and I think the key of all that is that the issues addressed in that petition still apply to the recommended amendment that has been prepared by the Planning Services Department. I also want to talk about two other major concerns. The first one is, and we've talked a little bit about it already, but as many have expressed to the council as well as to us, there's a great deal of frustration with the lack of transparency that has permeated this whole process. And also how, in the mind of many, the concerns have not been properly addressed. The other issue that is a major one is that the developer's application and the planning department's proposed recommendations represent a major deviation from the current zoning bylaws, from other recently approved projects in the neighborhood, as well as the Livable Oakville's goals in terms of what they're looking for the growth of Kerr Village. So let me speak to each one of these points. First, let's start with the lack of transparency in the project and how the residents' concerns and questions really haven't been fully addressed. We talked a little bit about the so-called elephant in the room, where we're not sure whether we're talking about the proposed amendments prepared by the town of Oakville's Planning Services Department, or whether these proposed changes are in fact acceptable to the developer. So we did hear earlier that they would accept it, but there's a lot of little caveats in terms of what needs to be done for that. I would also like to talk about the public meetings. Yes, there were public meetings. We talked about the West Harbor Residents Association at the AGM last April, talked about the development information session in last July. I think it's fair to say, for those that went to those sessions, that there was great opposition from the attendees and many detailed questions and comments that were expressed at those meetings. And those comments also came up in the November council meeting. Really, those concerns have not been addressed in a substantive manner. They're still out there. Format and Battery has never formally responded, except for maybe today's meeting. And it's a little bit, and the Planning Services Department in their recommendation have touched on, but really haven't fully addressed either. And this is a little bit disappointing because I think that there's a history in the past where the WHRA, the community, the ward councilors have all worked together with developers in trying to find acceptable solutions. And there is also a long history with the WHRA as well as the community working with the town on addressing various issues. As a matter of fact, it's ironic because right now there is a lot of work being done by the town with the community in addressing the traffic issues that already exist on Chisholm since all that increase in traffic with the opening of Tannery Park, which is wonderful, by the way, Tannery Park, not the traffic. The second concern, let me talk about the proposed amendments and how they deviate from the development guidelines in recent projects. So we've heard that both the current bylaws and Livable Oakville specify a 4 to 5 story building in this area. And in 2019, there was a 5-story building with 41 residences that was proposed. If you look at that, and it came up in the town planner's presentation, if you look at that whole south side of Lakeshore between Brookfield and Forsyth, it's all low-rise residential. There's also been a slew of recent projects that have been approved. The Riviera Retirement Home on Garden Drive is 5 stories high. So it's a little bit north of Lakeshore, but it's in that area. The Berkshire Residences on Maurice, again, a little bit to the north of Lakeshore, is 4 stories, 55 residential units. Harbor Place on Brookfield Drive, 3 stories, 22 townhouses, and that's just to the south of Lakeshore. A building that's a little bit older, but again is in that area on Lakeshore, 205 Lakeshore, is the Windermere House. 4 stories, 33 residential units. There is one exception, a recent project that was approved, which is the Lions Foundation of Canada Dog Guides, the redevelopment, which is to the north of Lakeshore. It's Rebecca and Kerr. It's 6 stories, not 8, not 10, 6. And it's an infinitely larger site. So when we look at these and we say, why is it that we're going to 8 or 10? Today there was some talk about transition, but there really hasn't been a good rationale or justification provided as to why we need to go to 8 or 10. And I think the important thing in all this is that the proposed amendments establish a precedent. It becomes the new baseline for all future developments, and frankly, render the current bylaws obsolete. So if you're going to make a significant change to the town's bylaws and the development strategy, surely it would warrant much more rigorous planning, extensive review and discussions, have public consultation and everything. So rather than having this new development baseline be based merely on a zoning amendment for a 0.6 acre site at the corner of Chisholm and Lakeshore, you really need to step back and say, what are we looking to do? To the councillors that are not in Ward 2, I would urge you not to consider this merely a NIMBY issue. I would suggest that you should look at this as not a case of that proverbial development creep, but rather a case of development leap. And just keep in mind that it sets a precedent for all of Lakeshore, Old Oakville, all of Oakville in its entirety. So in summary, I object to the developer's application, to the planning department's proposed amendment, and ask the council and the mayor do not approve the application nor the proposed amendment. I think it's also important to note that I, and I believe the majority of area residents, support the development on 42 Lakeshore on that subject site, provided that the project complies with existing bylaws and is complementary to the streetscape, the community, and fits within the long-term vision of livable Oakville. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter, and I can stay for any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much for your information, sir. Councillor Duddick? Councillor Chisholm? You're off the hook.
I'm free to go. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
Our next delegate is Jeffrey Belcher.
Welcome. Council looks forward to your presentation.
Thank you. Hope everybody had a great break. Feeling refreshed. Back to the usual. My name is Jeffrey Belcher. I've all met you before, but I always like to start off with that. And this development I've had my eye on for a while because my grandma actually lives in this neighborhood, and I spent a whole summer walking her dog in this area. And so I've really quite canvassed this whole neighborhood quite extensively. And I want to just talk about this development and what I'm interested in. As we know, this lot has been empty for like so long. And it's constantly been a thorn in the town because there's always been like commitments to build something there, and then it's all fallen through, and then again. And I'm worried that's gonna happen again this time because we're now months and months after the original application was put forward, and we're in desperate need of housing. And I don't really see a situation where we don't build something here that has the units that we need. And so I went through the application that they're talking about, and there's a pretty good mix of units. I mean, we have 3 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 1 bedroom. We have a huge amount of bike parking, parking for cars for people who are gonna be visiting and living there. That shouldn't spill over to the road. I've walked Chisholm Road before. I think there's enough room to accommodate this building here. It's a pretty big lot, and the whole area is just like begging for something there. It's right on Lakeshore, which is a growth area. We've already designated that for that. It's supposed to be a point of connection between Kerr and Lakeshore. I think the development context makes sense. The staff presentation was extremely thorough. They've run the simulations for shadows. They've run the simulations with the rendering. I mean, the building looks pretty good. If you have a public commitment from the developer that they'll not appeal this, if you guys follow the staff recommendation before you, I think something will be built here. That's pretty great. You'll have units, and I think you guys should support it. This neighborhood desperately needs housing supply because we could maybe push this off, and we could say maybe this development should go up in North Oakville or something, or Midtown. But right now, North Oakville, Midtown don't have housing crises. There's no one living there. But this neighborhood does have a housing crisis. It's the place without enough housing to support the population that is going to be moving in the next decades. So 8 stories, 5 stories, 10 stories, either way, something's got to be built here. Housing needs to go up here. And I hope that we can get it done this year instead of in the years to come. So yeah, anyways, thank you very much.
Thank you for your information.
Cool.
No questions. All right. Madam Clerk, the next delegation, please.
We have Pierre Savageau with a presentation.
Mr. Sauvageau, welcome. Council looks forward to your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to be very brief. I believe the previous delegates have expressed eloquently their opinion and reasons for not supporting. I just want to go to the next slide, please. In regards to the matters identified by council and public, obviously it's the height, mass, density, scale, and character, as well as the shadow impacts and the traffic impacts. Now the concerns, obviously it's excessive height, excessive density, unmanageable traffic increase, and does not fit in the streetscape or character of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. Now, I tried my best to show the various heights. Like, for instance, over to your left is the 10-story height with additional height for the rooftop. And the next one over is 8 stories. And the last one is really 5 stories. It's very difficult because even the perspectives shown by staff doesn't really show the difference in height. I tried to, as you can see, pictures are worth 1,000 words. So I tried to line up where the 5 stories along all the way across to 5 stories. And as you can see, this development, either 10 or 8 stories, is way too high. As previously said, the OMB originally proposed 5 stories. And logically, I believe that staff, as well as, council should not approve this application with the 10 stories, as well as staff support should not be approved with 8 stories. And the due process should be, like one of the delegates said, that a new application should be submitted to the town and justification for having it in excess of the 5 stories that was already approved. Next slide, please. Now, as you realize, the zoning, as I stated before, is a mixed-use building up to 5 stories in height with bonusing. The property is subject to site-specific exception approved by the OMB, which permits 5 stories. And staff suggests it should be 8 stories. This is still a 60% increase in the number of stories. Doesn't make sense whatsoever. And lastly, the development proposes, I believe, the 10-story. It was indicated at 152 units. Now, if it was reduced to the 8 units, I believe the individual that was speaking on behalf of the developer indicated there'd be 124 residential units. So therefore, this is only a reduction of approximately 28 less. Lastly, I just want to say I do not support the application for 10 stories. 8 stories, the staff recommendation, I do not support. As I want to mention that I'm not a resident of downtown Oakville. I live in North Oakville. But I think it's very important for the community to see downtown Oakville as a jewel for the town. And building large buildings such as 10 stories does not make sense. Another speaker indicated that we need more housing. But to be honest, the housing that's going to be put up in that area, to be so expensive, students can't afford. It's not affordable whatsoever. So in regards to put up more, isn't justified in this site because all who will go into that area are individuals who want to move out from their large homes in South Oakville to the condo living. And those units will be very expensive. The developer will make big bucks, no doubt about it. And so I want to thank you for the time, and I appreciate that you'd vote no in regards to both 10-story application as well as the staff's 8-story. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sauvageau. Madam Clerk, we have another delegation.
Yes, we have Matthias De Silva.
Mr. De Silva, welcome.
Hello, hello. Good night, council. Good night, everyone. Good night, staff. Just like to speak about this development because I find it very, very great that we're also committed to a very formal and organized process to, for new buildings because policies are great to make sure that everything is organized, right? And that everything works out as intended. We can have a proper town without rules, right? With that being said, I would like to address some concerns that, at least as a member of the younger generation, it does feel a little bit stressing to live in Oakville in a time like this, right? So I appreciate and I understand all of the discussion around height, shade, and everything around the project. And I think staff has done a wonderful job to provide a plan that not only adds more housing in Oakville, but also satisfies the needs and adjusts the building to fit the surrounding neighborhood. I am quite disappointed as a member of the younger generation that so much of staff and council time has to be devoted to a singular building when we are in such desperate time, because I thoroughly don't think people that are not our age can understand how desperate of a situation we're currently living. And I think, a couple more stories is a little bit less important than providing housing for the future generation growing up in Oakville. And what a gentleman said too is that that the housing won't be affordable. Sure, it won't be cheap, but housing is housing, and we can't just not build it because it won't be affordable. We need demand, we need supply, right, to get that demand in. And the existing bylaws are fantastic. However, they are not designed for modern times. We live in a continuously growing GTA, and we cannot just live by what past members of council and member of staff decided decades and even centuries ago at this point. We live in a point where, we kind of need housing. And unfortunately, I don't think a 2-story or 3-story building is gonna fix that. And I generally have a question. How many of us here today own a house? Because, I find that the younger generation is very busy, running after money, running after their lives, trying to live and doing their best to have a sustainable life, right? And very few of us actually have time to even pay attention to what is happening around us. And I find it quite disappointing to see so many people basically neglecting the needs of the younger generation for the simple fact of aesthetic reasons or that don't fit the neighborhood, right? Because if you don't start somewhere, we're never gonna go anywhere. And with the concerns about car traffic and safety, I 100% agree, right? But we're actually building something to mitigate that, where people, in a place where people don't need to own a car and they don't need to interfere with traffic. If we don't build more places like this, traffic will get worse, especially with the northern of Oakville being developed. So I do find it interesting. I find it interesting that so much time and effort has been spent in a singular building, when in my eyes, and I think in the eyes of a lot of the younger generation, it's more housing, and we need housing, right? I agree that rules are rules and we gotta follow them, but we also need some exceptions because, again, a lot of these bylaws are decades and centuries old. So we need to adapt to the modern generation and give the younger generation what they deserve and not just expect them to move out somewhere else where they can afford something cheaper, because I'm pretty sure that a lot of people in this room did not experience something like this. Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you, Mr. De Silva, for your information. Mr. De Silva was a volunteer. I'll ask if there are any other volunteers to join the registered delegations before council. Going once, going twice, looking for hands 3 times, and I'll confine the matter to table. Look at that, it worked. All right. Councillor Duddock.
Thank you, Your Worship. First, I'd like to put a motion on the floor that we deny the application for 10 stories, and I'd like to speak to it at the appropriate time, if that's now.
Well, Councillor, solely out of a desire to assist you, you also have before you a proposal for a modification to 8 stories, and I believe you oppose that also. So might I suggest that you also oppose that in your motion?
The question I asked at the onset of this, do we have a 10-story application? The application we have is for 10-story. What we have is staff recommending something different.
So solely to
Sure.
your assistance. Recommendation 1 is for an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 8. And it's my advice that you should defeat that too if you also oppose that.
I will bow to your expertise. Thank you.
And so, as I understand it, you might want to move all 5 of the, or defeat of all 5 of the recommendations here, and number 6 might be, and you also reject the 10-story application.
The original, yes.
Now, may I ask, would you be interested in legal advice on the motion before we, in camera, before we proceed down that path?
I'd be foolish not to go for legal advice. Thank you.
All right. I'll take it that you move, Councillor Chisholm?
Your Worship, if we're going to discuss this with legal, would we not be going in camera on this topic? Did you? I didn't hear that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I was about to suggest that I had heard a motion from Councillor Dudek that we convene in a session closed to the public for the purpose of receiving legal advice and the communications necessary for that from our solicitors and staff. And before I put the vote on that, I'll recognize Councillor Elgar.
Thank you. Through Mayor Burton, just for some help from staff, can I ask a question before we go in camera? Related to, we have a commitment to build 33,000 dwelling units between now and 2031, 32. And I just wonder how many are in the hopper now that the planning department already has.
Councillor, we have a motion on the floor.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
extraneous, and it'll keep.
Yeah, okay, we can come back afterwards.
We're coming back.
Gotcha. Okay.
Is there an objection from a member of council to Councillor Dudek's motion to proceed to a session in camera? Madam Clerk, there's no objection, and that carries. For the public, there'll be a short time where we'll have to ask you to leave, and don't go far. I don't expect that we'll be detained very long in camera. Council, from long experience, I know it takes at least 5 minutes for the council chamber to empty so that we can do this. And so I'm going to declare a 5-minute bio recess for you so that all of these things can happen at once.
Recording stopped.
Hello, and welcome the public back to our meeting. Council has met briefly in camera for the purpose of receiving solicitor advice subject to solicitor-client privilege and the communications necessary for that. And the chair will now entertain a motion from Councillor Dudek to refuse recommendations 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and add a 6th clause, also refusing the 10-story application. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Worship, and I'd like to have a chance to speak to it at the
I
appropriate.
think that chance is now.
Madam Clerk, I wonder if I could ask you to put this up on the viewer. Jill? Thanks, or I should have given it to you previously. Somebody, I believe it was Councillor Haslett Theo, asked if there was a rendering of the 5-story building. Unfortunately, I save old reports.
Comes from the sky. There we go. Okay.
Little kilter, it's okay. It's going down towards the harbor.
Oh.
Okay.
There.
you.
I can see it right here.
So just as a reference, this is the original application that members of council had. Just to, and I believe Councillor Elgar made reference to it, it's been a very long process to get us to this point. The first owner, the picture you're taking a look at, actually flew in a representative from the West Coast to speak to not only myself and my colleague on council at the time, Councillor DeMoff, and the mayor. And it was in regards to an 8-story building, strangely enough. And at that time, our answer to the developer was absolutely not. And so going back and speaking to the West Harbor residents, they conceded in order to make sure that something was developed on the site that they could live with the 5-story, providing it was basically a 4-story and 1 additional story for bonusing, which of course we now know Section 37 is no longer. He also at that time was extremely interested in preserving the heritage home on the site and was committed to preserving the over 100-year-old magnolia tree on the property. In fact, many in the community, rather than referencing 42 Lakeshore, they referred to it as the Magnolia property. After considerable work, the owner returned with an application, as I had mentioned. Now, strangely enough, the unit count is 21, was 21 in that building. The next owner retained the same height but increased the unit count to 23, and the units consisted of predominantly 2-bedroom units and 3-bedroom. He retained the Part 4 designated heritage home, but unfortunately excavated the magnolia root system without permission and was subsequently taken to court by the town and fined. There were cuttings made from the tree that were sent to be propagated, but staff have not found out where they landed. So we still have to pursue that one. The next owner did not deviate from the previous submissions. He also was going with 5 stories and retention of the heritage home. So now we have an application to double the height to 10 stories. And the proposal, the original one, was to demolish the Part 4 heritage home and replace it with a metal skeletal frame to pay historical homage to the home that they would demolish. The previously approved number of units increased from 23 to 152. The applicant, as mentioned this evening, attended the AGM to get the input of the residents in the area before submitting their application. I personally, and I don't know if my colleague did, but I don't think there was anyone who was supportive of the application, and they cited many of the reasons you've noted from the various submissions: height, massing, loss of privacy, shadow impact, and especially the parking and traffic concerns. Councillor Chisholm and I have worked on an ongoing basis to address the parking and traffic concerns on Chisholm Street. The problems that were previously noted were compounded once the redeveloped Tannery Park was opened, as indicated this evening. The park has become a destination for many who want to enjoy the water and the lakeside promenade. Now, when you factor in an increase, the number of units from 23 to 152, is it not surprising that the residents are extremely concerned about the increase in traffic for the area? It is not only Chisholm that will be impacted, but all the roads surrounding the development. Forsyth, Burnett, Wilson will be impacted as the residents find alternate routes to access and egress their units to Lakeshore. Again, as mentioned this evening, the recent approved developments, Brookfield, Maurice, they're 4- and 3-story developments, and even Rivera is at its most 5-story, and as mentioned also 6-story with the one for Amica, which is a much larger lot size. Councillor and I are therefore moving denial of the application. It is not compatible with the area and will have a lasting detrimental impact on the West Harbor community. and I would ask for a recorded vote at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Councillor Dudek. Recorded votes are available on request. Are there other speakers to the motion? Councillor Elgar?
Sorry, remember, just to be, for clarification, so you're moving denial of reclamation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6? Yes.
Councillors, there is no 6. She's adding a 6.
Yes. Okay.
And that is to reject the 10-story application as well.
Thank you.
Belt and suspenders. All right. Is there any objection to Councillor Dudek's motion? Madam Clerk, there being no objection, please record every member of council in support of her motion, which carries unanimously. Okay, thank you, everybody. Now, can we, I think we should move on to 7.2. We have a presentation from our planning director, Mr. Gabe Charles, and we have 4 registered delegations, and it being planning and development, we'll poll the audience for more volunteers if any are of a mind. If we could give our attention now to Mr. Charles, we'll all be edified.
See if we can, oh, there we go. We have the microphone working. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Pleasure to be here to discuss the Housing Accelerator Fund. I do apologize for the lateness of getting this report into council's agenda. It was last minute that we were looking to respond to the Minister of Housing's letter. So what we can do is give you a brief overview of how we have been working through the Housing Accelerator Fund and some of the key times that we had dealt with over the last few months, including from when CMHC had initiated the program and when the town had then made application after a meeting with CMHC. We had made that application in June. And part of what constituted that application was council endorsing an action plan, which council saw in July of last year. And that came in the Housing Strategy and Action Plan report that we had provided. Since that time, we'd had a number of discussions with CMHC and the comments that had been provided to us in terms of tailoring the application. And that had then culminated in a number of letters from the minister, response from the mayor, and we had just received a letter from the minister a couple weeks ago, and hence the speed at which we were trying to get a report in front of you. Excuse me. So when we had initially met with CMHC, it was really to understand what did this program, what was it going to consist of? And then in May, we had met with CMHC, and they had provided some guidance on some potential initiatives that we could look at that would advance the delivery of needed housing in the community. A number of things that we had suggested didn't necessarily ring true for CMHC. However, in June, on the 6th, we had submitted a draft of what our application would look like, and they had replied to us saying that, I quote, it was a very strong application, that we had made a number of moves towards increasing accessory dwelling units. We were going to increase the number of units that we were going to achieve through digital enhancements to our process. In total, we'd had just over 1,100 units that we had identified through the application. Now, I would say a number of proposals that we'd put forward to CMHC were not endorsed by them. So, for example, being in proximity to rapid transit, that was not one that CMHC had said would qualify. However, we, through the calculation of what we had put forward, we were in the neighborhood of between $31 and $41 million in terms of trying to accelerate affordable units. And that was the delta that we were given. In July of last year, excuse me, we had received some feedback from CMHC that indicated a couple of the initiatives were not going to proceed. There was some scope to it that they didn't necessarily endorse. And so in July, we had resubmitted based on CMHC's comments with some revisions. We had looked to answer a number of their questions, and at that time we were also able to advise that council had approved the HAF action plan. And that was roughly around 36 million that we had earmarked. And then since that time, as you're aware, in October, we had received a letter from the minister, the mayor's reply, and yet another response from the minister just a few weeks ago. To that end, the federal minister had asked for a number of changes which are highlighted in the report, looking at 4 units permitted as of right across the town, increasing density around Sheridan College, as well as looking at 4-story permissions, designating specific staff to work through an affordable housing strategy. That is something that the mayor had responded to in terms of establishing a housing secretariat office. And in addition to that, the minister had recommended that further matters be delegated to staff. And as noted, the mayor had responded in December of last year, and the minister then replied again and had noted that there were a number of items that were specifically being requested be added into the town's HAF application. When staff were looking at this, really what we were trying to really gauge was to meet the request that the minister was coming back with and saying you had to do 4 stories or you had to pass a bylaw by the time or within the time period the minister had allotted, which was the 24th of January. Quite simply, we said it's impossible for us to do that and still meet the Planning Act requirements. So to that end, what we have done in terms of talking to CMHC is they've said it would be sufficient that if council did want to make certain changes, that there's a commitment made by way of council resolution. And as staff noted in the staff report, the other option, of course, is just to maintain the status quo or the do-nothing approach. So to be more descriptive in terms of the option, if council wishes to pursue the idea of looking at 4 units being permitted as of right, then staff can take that direction, and we would endeavor to get back to council probably within somewhere well before the 90 days with a draft and a statutory public meeting as to what that would look like to meet the Planning Act requirements. So that would be a draft official plan amendment, that would be a draft zoning bylaw amendment, and then depending on council decision, we would bring back the final instruments if that's what council's looking for within 3 months. That's a lot of heavy lifting to do in a very short amount of time, but if that is council's direction, that is where staff will go. Subsequent to that, we're certainly going to speak with CMHC just to see what revisions need to be made to our application to get the commitment, and to also confirm the matters that were raised in the mayor's December letter, looking at the modular housing, looking at a housing secretariat office, to build that into the revised application. Again, it was $36 million, which was what, based on the 7 initiatives that were there, that staff had recommended. And although this is provided in the appendix to the staff report, just to identify, again, what were the initiatives that had been listed, the number of incented units, and then the dollars that went with that. Staff's recommendation is before you, and we would be happy to answer any questions. We do have a couple staff online who have been also very intimate with the project this far.
Thank you, Mr. Charles. Before we go any further, I would like to ask Acting Mayor Giddings to take the gavel for a moment. We'll ceremoniously pass it over for the purpose of me introducing a motion, which I've circulated to council. And it reads, 1, in support of the Housing Accelerator Fund application, as advised by Minister Fraser, A, that staff be directed to bring forward a zoning bylaw amendment to permit 4 units per property as of right for council's consideration within 90 days of the passing of this resolution, and B, that staff be directed to bring forward a zoning bylaw amendment permitting 4 stories within 800 meters of Sheridan College for council's consideration within 90 days of the passing of this resolution, and C, that staff be directed to bring forward a zoning bylaw amendment for Sheridan College that will bring zoning regulations into alignment with the town's official plan. 2, that the mayor respond to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure, and Communities Office with any update to the Housing Accelerator Fund application, including the appropriate resolutions of council by January 24th, 2024, as per his request. And Mr. Acting Mayor, if I could be permitted to speak briefly to this. Throughout this exercise, Oakville was recognized by the federal government, in their words, in the words of the former Minister of Housing, as a leader in generating new housing to meet the country's need. And they wanted us to receive some of the benefit of the accelerator funding. And about a year ago, in Bill 23, the province of Ontario decreed that everyone has, as of right, the ability to have 3 units on a lot. And so to qualify for $36 million, we have to change that to 4 instead of 3. And I guess I owe this comment to my wife, who's a professor of planning and environment at the U of T. I said, what shall I say? What's the difference between 3 as of right and 4 as of right? And with her customary sharpness of mind, she said, about $36 million. And so that's the shortest speech in support of a motion I've ever made. And Mr. Chair, if you'd like, I'll take the gavel back. Councillor Elgar, you're next.
Thank you. Through Mayor Burton. A question to staff. In the report, I notice it says on July 10th, Town Council approved a housing action plan. I didn't remember that being the case, so I'm back to the minutes. And in fact, the housing strategy and action plan was just received. The reason it was received, because there was a lot of discussion, if you go back and review the tape, was the fact that this council wanted to make sure we had a lot of public input on this whole application process. To date, that was going back to July, July the 10th, when we asked for input, and that was kind of directed to happen. It has never happened. We're sitting now January 22nd. We have to have an answer in by January the 24th. It's a bit of a conundrum. We got a bit of a box here. So I went back to other reports, and I note that in Toronto, I pulled their reports out. They had 5 public meetings about this, starting in March. We have had no public meetings at all. I'm really concerned that we're even looking at this point, because actually, so I wondered whether everybody was approving 4 as of right, because if you go to and take a look at the wording at a lot of the public releases, they don't talk about 4 units as of right everywhere. They talk about they're going to be by the light rapid transit. It's beautiful how they do the writing. And I sent off a number to the federal government and said, can you confirm that in fact it is 4 as of right? I don't think a lot of municipalities realize what they really approve, because if you read the publicity and what they approve, it's quite different than what they think was approved. And I can go through a lot of them if you want. It goes all across the country to BC too. But I sent the letter back, and I got clarification this morning, again, from the ministry's office, the regional advisor of the Office of the Ministry of Housing, Infrastructure, and Communication, and it is we have to approve 4 as of right units on all properties. And so I really think we ran out of time. We don't have time for public input. We had time. We had it from when we found out about it on council in March. or no, we didn't even find, well, we heard about it, but the first meeting for us was actually July, and staff had already sent a report in. I know there's modifications, but I really feel that the horse has left the barn. We're not going to get the money unless we approve for. We can throw in other, what we'd like, but based on what I heard from the Infrastructure Ontario today, forget it. Every one of those municipalities that are getting the money, of which they're oversubscribed, they have approved for as of right. So I think, in fairness, I think we're wasting our time putting staff to go out to the public now, because unless we're going to have for as of right, and people don't understand what we're talking about for as of right, and where are we today? How many development applications or residential units do we have already in the Harper as of January 2024? I know we've committed for 33,000 units by 2031, 32. Roughly how many are we already at as of January 2024?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in terms of our active development applications, we're over 16,000 units which are in active development applications, 16,235. In terms of the number of units that we have which are currently under appeal, that's another 8,150. We have a number of units which would have been approved, but they haven't yet pulled permit. That number I would have to get back to council on. That's still information that we're trying to dig up. So we are certainly on our way, Councillor, to achieving the housing pledge. We know that there will be more applications coming in this year and subsequent years as well. So we're making progress towards that. What I will say, as it relates to your question on the Housing Action Plan, we needed something in front of council that we could attach to the Accelerator Fund application, and that was what we had done. And we'd had 2 public sessions mid-October on what we called our housing symposium, where we had put up some panels, which was really related to the action plan, just to garner public interest, did a survey as well, had information online. So we were trying to get this out to the public. Our focus has shifted more towards the HAF itself, as opposed to continuing our work through the housing strategy, but working towards rental housing guidelines and things like that. That's all the component pieces that are part of the action plan. So we've been working towards that. So I hope that addresses that part of your question. So anyway, to your question earlier, yes, we're making progress towards the housing pledge.
So with regard to whether we approved the plan, the Council of July the 10th received the housing strategy and action plan, correct?
I believe so. I don't have the resolution in front of me.
We can pull it up if you want. But receive versus approve. We did not approve, which the staff recommendation that night was approved. That what was sent back was to receive, because it hadn't gone to the public, and we're very big on public consultation. We try to be anyway, but this one seemed the wheels kind of fell off as far as I'm concerned. So I think we don't want to waste staff's time. I don't believe there's a will throughout Oakville that anybody beside their single detached house wants to see 4 units as of right. So I can't support the motion. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McNeese.
Thank you. Through your worship. Since Bill 23, so approximately a year and a half ago or so, 3 units as of right has been permitted on all residential lots. Is that correct? And how many permits have been pulled to do 3 as of right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, don't know of any applications that have sought to add a 3rd unit over the last 2 years. We have had a couple hundred units. I know the number, the figure is in the staff report. It's not coming to me. 169, 170, I think last year for secondary suite. So
Okay.
A secondary suite would be, for example, a unit that would be in a basement. It could be in a carriage house, for example. But those are the permits that we've issued over the last year.
Okay. And the province, in a future housing bill, could up the 3 to, say, 4, and we'd have to do it without any compensation. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's entirely the province's prerogative. I can't speculate.
But within their powers?
Certainly.
Yeah.
Councillor, if I might help with that answer. The province started the ball rolling with the Housing Affordability Task Force several years ago. And one of their recommendations was that the province enact 4 as of right, without any compensation or money to anybody.
Right.
And they chose to do 3. And they've also promised to continue to escalate their changes to support more housing. So that's why I summed up my position as the difference is 36 million.
Yeah, well, I agree with you on that. And then just final question, in your interactions with CMHC, did you feel there was any latitude to say focus the 4 units as of right, say along a transit route or certain transit routes where it'd be more likely people could not have an additional car, or say corner lots where sometimes you can get an additional driveway access? Did it seem like there was any consideration for some parameters around the 4 as of right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, our conversations, I don't think have really gone to that level or that specificity. And I think as Councillor Elgar pointed out quite well, a lot of the municipalities who are allowing 4 units, there are, to his point, they're going to look at it, or they're going to put caveats to it or criteria around that. That did not enter the conversation, to my knowledge, that we'd had with CMHC. So I think should council direct staff to do it, those are the kinds of things that we need to look at. How best would we present that to council? What would that look like in an Oakville context?
Okay, so just so I understand the motion correctly, maybe to your worship. So if we approve the motion, it's essentially for the application going forward. So would we be considering what comes back from staff, or would we sort of be locked in that we've committed to doing it, so what comes back from staff, we'd have to approve for as of right in all residential zones?
So the minister would consider that if we directed staff to bring forward the bylaw and then rejected it, we might not be seen to be operating in good faith. However, it is factual that if you pass the resolution that I've put before you, it would come back to council.
Yeah, I'm just wondering through your worship,
if
there could be parameters.
Yes,
you know.
so if we didn't follow through, we wouldn't get the money.
Okay. So would following through be with parameters, you know, realizing that some of our neighborhoods may not be able to accommodate increased parking and there's concerns like that?
There's been no suggestion from the minister around parameters. He's as recently as last week at the Empire Club or wherever he was in Toronto, been very, I'll say, strong or fierce about 4 means 4. The 3, maybe I mean, you are educated as a planner. Maybe if we turn it around to a planning perspective for you. Let us say that you don't have room on your lot for parking for 4 units. Would you build 4 units, and would you, and because I ask because who do you think would rent it or buy it?
Right. That's my concern for transit access, is that it'd be ideal if it was on a transit route, and there may be some areas where it wouldn't be ideal.
So if we remember the role of the market in life, it would be my expectation, first, very few people would do this. This is a performative, theatrical, badge kind of decision he wants people to make. So very few will do it. Number 2, the actual restraints of a neighborhood or a street will reduce the number of people who will do it. And in the end, what's really going to solve the housing crisis is the other things that we're doing in our growth corridors and our growth nodes, and not this stuff. And we're already at 3 as of right anyway. So.
Thank you.
Councillor Shi.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. I have a couple questions, need staff to clarification. from those cities who have approved the funding, I read from the report, it seems that the promised number of the rooms and the unit is directly proportional to the funds. That's more. That means the more commitments, the more funds. So according to the report provided our staff, our plan, along with the new initiative, so that we can that the total unit we can achieve is 1,639. It is close to the city of Wang. This is implies that we can also potentially receive support over $50 million. Even consider the original commitment where we have providing 1,074 housing unit is close to the city of Kitchener, which has a 1,200 unit and $42 million of funding. I would like to confirm if my understanding is correct.
The ministry has been silent. We won't know until we ask. But it's the best face we can put on our application to try to get as much money as possible. You'll remember that we started out being told by them that we were eligible for more than 36 million. So one can hope. But I would suggest that it appears that the 1,074 or 1,100, I'll round it off, is worth a substantial amount of money. So there's only one way to get no money, and that's to say no deal to the minister, I guess.
Okay. Okay, the second one is, so for those numbers, the permitting the 4 unit as the right townwide to compare with the three unit. So from the report, I can only see there's 45 different in the 3 years. That means 15 additional unit to compare with 3 unit on the lot and all the 4 unit. Is that correct?
Yes, that's, if you remember the exchange that Councillor McNeese and I had a moment ago where we talked about the practicalities of the real world and the market. In the report, you see staff assessing the very strong probability that there would be slow take-up of this permission, just as there's been very slow, well, no take-up of the 3. And that's why I say the minister's asking us to make a symbolic decision. And apparently this symbolism is worth $36 million.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Duddick.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to staff. Can you clarify for me if we were to commit to the 4 units as of right and the other stipulations that are contained in the motion, and we were successful in getting the funds that we asked for, would they send the money to us right away, or is this being sent once we've reached a certain target?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there is an initial installment upon execution of the agreement. To my understanding, there's monitoring that the municipality has to do and to provide to the ministry. And that is, in that annual report, those are basically the benchmarks. That's not contingent on the payment, but that's the progression of how the payments are going to work. It is the final installment, which is only contingent on having delivered on the application and the enlisted initiatives. And certainly if I misspoke, I know Commissioner Sully is also online and may contribute if there's anything there that I didn't get correct, but that's my understanding of how other municipalities have been able to package their applications.
I would just add that our understanding is that there's 4 payments, and so the 4th and final payment is the one at risk.
Okay. The other question I have is, if we were to go down this road of committing to 4 units as of right, and I appreciate the fact the federal government, unlike the provincial government, has actually asked us for our input and our agreement to that. As I say, the provincial just went ahead and did it. Is there, Do we run the risk, if we change our zoning for this 4 units as of right, and this is staggered over a certain period of time in order for us to attain those targets, what happens if the government changes? So we've now committed ourselves to something, changed our zoning bylaws, and there may be a change in government, in which case they say, sorry, that was their deal. We're not standing by it, but now we have a zoning bylaw that stipulates 4 as of right.
Councillor, I'll ask the solicitor for the town to assist me in this answer, but in my experience, our contracts are with the Government of Canada, not with a party, and the Government of Canada means the ongoing operation of the government, no matter who controls Parliament. Mr. Carr?
Yes, I would agree, Your Worship. The contract presumably would have clauses in it which would render it enforceable, and if it were breached by either party, then we would, if necessary, seek a remedy in the courts to enforce the contract. I suppose alternatively, council could change its zoning back if the deal was off, but that's...
Wouldn't that be regarded as downzoning?
Well, you'd also run the risk of creating legal non-conforming uses and all the rest of that. So I wouldn't recommend that course of action. I think the mayor's answer is the better one. You just rely on the terms of the contract and seek to enforce it.
Okay, the reason I'm cautious is we had a contract with Metrolinx. We have no underpass for Kerr, and we had a contract with Metrolinx. I'm a little skeptical when it comes to contracts and government. Anyway, I will not be supporting 4 units as of right.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nanda.
Thank you, Your Worship. I had a question on just an understanding of what the public would have. Where it would be permitted if someone decided to change their house into a 4-plex in a residential area where there's single homes, do we have any say, or are we giving up all our rights for what can be built? No, I know.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we need the time to take a look at our official plan and the construct of our zoning bylaw, and we would be able to answer that question, I think, a little bit better should council ask us to bring that back for a stat public meeting. And it's quite feasible that there would be regulations, performance standards, if you will, that would be associated with the bylaw that would be specific to things such as height, parking, setbacks, coverage, like those types of things, so that you're regulating the built form as opposed to the number of units.
Okay, so does the federal government understand that we need to look at issues such as parking, parks, community infrastructure? Say one neighborhood, say there is a neighborhood and the neighbors decide, oh, you know what, I can make a 4-plex, I can make a lot of money. We start doing this. I'm thinking about out west where I see this, where you can have different units, you have single homes, you have like a 3-plex, a 4-plex, right? And now you're starting to change the neighborhood, but that's a domino effect in changing everything else. So are we able to give the federal government suggestions on, okay, if you require this of us, we will require certain support as well, because it may not change and many people may not do it, but then some may decide, okay, I can make more money, I can change my home into these units, I can move somewhere else and I can make more money. And now, how do we have any control?
Well, perhaps you'd want to think about how much control you have right now with the right to do 3.
No, and I understand that. If anything, North Oakville already looks like 4 as of right. My neighborhood looks like 4 as of right. You know, I don't know what addition we could actually make in our area because we are so densely populated that if we even allowed this, you can hardly build a storage unit in our backyard, let alone another unit. And now the province came out with the number 3, the federal's coming out with number 4. Like, it doesn't seem like anyone's actually talking to each other and just throwing out these numbers, but they should have given us like a proper plan. Like, we're being held to, we'll only give you this money if you say yes, but we have no plan in front of us. Just like we ask you for a report, we have no report. The only thing we have in front of us is you need to say yes to 4 as of right, and that's it. And we're left in the dark because we don't have the rest of the information. I had another question. It said creating a financial incentive program to waive building permit fees for the purpose of building accessory dwelling units, and to promote additional dwelling units. Would we be saying that if we did 4 as of right, that building fees would be waived there as well?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the intent with the way that we structured the application is we now need to work through that action plan. So we need to put some parameters or some rules around exactly that and how the different initiatives are going to work and how we establish those milestones. So those are the kinds of details that we need to work through as part of the application. To your question earlier about how the overall fund and the overall dollars that are associated with it, our understanding in terms of the conversations that we'd had with CMHC staff was, if you notice at the end of the appendix, I think it's page 4, there's a value there of about 29 million, which is related to community infrastructure. Our understanding, or at least the way it was explained to us, is that sum of money is to enhance the overall community. So it could be on delivery of infrastructure, whether it's hard or soft infrastructure. So there's component pieces that you could say that comes with the fund. So it's not just the incented units specifically, but it's the overall amount of the fund to do more than just the actual housing units. As I said, that was the way it was explained to us. So to your question earlier, Councillor.
Okay. I think just based on locationally where we are within the town, I think it would be difficult to be able to agree to this. I think there should be parameters of where 4 as of right. I know we have the 3 as of right, but 4 as of right. I think it goes to, if we just keep accepting more and more, it's just never going to stop. So I don't know if I can support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nanda. Councillor Adams.
So used to the button being in a different location. Okay, thank you very much. I just had a couple of things. First of all, it feels to me that at best, this is a minor opportunity to provide some additional housing within the community. And as we've seen with the move to 3 units per lot, it's had 0 take up, and I'm expecting a similar kind of thing with 4. In my understanding, for the question staff, just want to confirm, when the bylaw comes back, assuming that it would get passed, we would retain the right to figure out what setbacks we're willing to accept, what the requirements are around floor space, all those kinds of things. We would retain those abilities to regulate that, right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
And my understanding is from all of our surrounding municipalities that have adopted the 4-unit rule, all because of the federal government discussion, they've retained that and they intend to do that. So Mississauga, now Milton, Burlington, all of them, they're not just allowing anything anywhere. It's not Wild West with respect to 4 units.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize because I don't have the resolutions off the top of mind, but the intent is that when you're structuring a zoning bylaw, you would include those kinds of performance standards.
Including on issues like parking.
Correct.
Okay. So
sorry, I was just going to say, the one caveat on the parking is when Bill 23 came through, it effectively says a municipality cannot prohibit up to 3 units, inclusive of requiring additional parking for that. So those kinds of things we'd have to work through, like how would the mechanics of that work? So is it parking for 2 units as opposed to all 4 units? So like, those are the kinds of things that we need to understand and dig into a little bit.
So there would be further discussion about that, and there would be some debate about what kind of requirements there are going to continue to be within our zoning for a case where you'd have 4 units on a lot. Okay. So at worst, this feels like a really cynical ploy by the federal government to make up for their lack of action on actually getting any kind of affordable housing built for our communities. And so in the case of Sheridan College, if you want to have material amounts of affordable housing built, or housing at all to be built, it's going to have to be in various multi-story kind of environments, including on the Sheridan College lands. And every time that I've met with the government relations people at Sheridan College, my first question for the last couple of years has been, how many more units have you built? And the answer has been 0 every time. And their latest thing, I've told this story a couple times now, but their latest thing is they're going to go and buy up single detached homes and rent them out and have a middleman do the renting out of these units. They're not buying them out directly, but they're contracting to have landlords be residences for them. It appears to me like they're doing nothing. And so if the federal government really wants to make stuff happen, they're going to have to actually get on the case of building some real affordable housing, particularly for students. And when the MP was here saying that they didn't think that students wanted to live on campus, well, students don't want to live on campus because A, there isn't enough of it, and B, what's there is unaffordable and of poor quality. So you can build homes that students want to live on campus, you just have to build them right. So I appreciate that this is an effort to try and get a whole bunch of money for our community, and I support getting that money. I don't think that the changes that they're asking for are going to get anything done in terms of affordable housing. The affordable housing is going to have to come through the other action plans, many of which we've already approved. And on that note, back in June when we passed the resolution, in fact, it was Councillor Elder who moved the motion, we passed a thing that said that the component of the Housing Strategy and Action Plan regarding the Housing Accelerator Fund and associated initiatives be approved and not subject to change for the purpose of the Housing Accelerator Fund application. We did change that the overall strategy and action plan be received, but we did approve a bunch of things. So, Mr. Mayor, I think we have some members of the community who want to speak today, and so I'm looking forward to hearing that as well.
Thank you for your remarks. Councillor Giddings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand the slow take-up without any 3 units as of right being approved. Any discussions in terms of 4, like when staff meet with builders groups or developer groups, any feedback from them saying, you know what, 3 isn't doable. If we were able to have 4, it would be more cost effective, it would be more efficient, it would be more sellable?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, not in conversations that I've had with applicants, but it doesn't mean they haven't been having with other staff, but I don't believe that there has been a real push to say that we have to do 4 instead of 3.
Because that would have been good during the consultation process. And so for clarity, parking isn't one of the things that we can expect to have with a 3 or 4 as of right from that matter, regardless of the area.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, again, we need to go through and actually understand it and go back to Bill 23 and really be clear on what the structure was of the legislation. From my recollection, and I admit it's not always that great sometimes, it was you couldn't require parking for the additional 2 units. So if we were going up to 4 units, we may be able to get parking, for example, for the 4th one as part of the overall parking regulation, if that's something council wants to see.
Thank you for that. I guess it's unfair to ask in terms of servicing. In some of the older areas, south of the QEW, I'm just wondering what kind of strain could be on it. But obviously, we don't, without any applications or forecast of how many we could have, that's not fair. So I take that one back. Heritage areas. We've just made the new Heritage District Plan for the OLRA, Old Oakville area. how does that play into this? Because as of right means that any of the larger properties could have a threeplex in their backyard.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, great question, Councillor. And I think those are the things that we need to evaluate and put in front of council in terms of what the corresponding regulations would be, what the implications could be to move this forward, what would the criteria be that council would be looking at if we were to present a draft of that bylaw and that policy direction. How does council want to influence that and put some more shape to it? That would be one of those things that we would have to put into the mix.
Thank you. Councillor McNeese earlier asked about, were there any other areas where the density could be authorized or okayed? What about the 800 meters within the MTSAs, Bronte and Oakville GO stations? Would that be, I know Sheridan is talked about, is that one of the considerations?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, when we had made the initial, or had initial discussions with CMHC, and I think the way we had structured the application initially, their response was that the MTSAs didn't qualify as rapid transit according to their definition. So those ones got left out in terms of the areas that we could incent, for example, for the 4 units. But I say that also with the knowledge that when council had approved the Bronte GO MTSA, that had already included the non-grade related type of built form. It was mid-rise, it was some tall buildings. Similarly, I think what council has seen through Committee of the Whole in Midtown, very similar type of built form. So I think when the ministry speaks to things such as the 4 units permitted on a property as of right across the town, our interpretation is that's related more to the grade related type of product. So your singles, your semis, your towns, that type of product, as opposed to if you have an apartment trying to put 4 units within an apartment. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. It doesn't necessarily work, but it can work towards bedrooms. And already on that property, you would have more than 4 units within that property just by virtue of the built form. So that was the way we had understood it to imply, was really the removal of exclusionary zoning.
All right, thank you. Last question. The other evening, after far too much coffee, I was watching Oakville Matters in the wee hours of the morning from back in November. And the mayor had you and Mr. Bigger on there talking about our commitment to building more houses. Because earlier you identified there were 24-ish thousand. And on Oakville Matters, it detailed the 33,000 units over the coming 8 years. And that currently we have 40,000 under review. So obviously permits not issued. Just under review, is that plans or applications that have come into house? Or is that land that is zoned and likely to be developed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, those are applications that are currently under review. So it could have just been submitted. It may have already gone to a stat public meeting. Something that council has not yet made a final decision on those types of applications. That can be everything from new proposals in Midtown to greenfield situation on Burnham, Thorpe, and Nagawa, for example. So is this the full gambit of application types?
All right, so do we have 40,000-ish under review, or as of last October, or whenever the taping was?
So as, through you, Mr. Mayor, as applications progress and they get to an approval state, we take them off of that list, and then they're just going towards increasing the overall housing stock. The point that we're at now in terms of applications under review for official plan amendments, zoning amendments, subdivision, site plan is just over 16,635. The number of units that we have currently under appeal, 8,150. So that's our delta right now, so almost 25,000, or just over 25,000 units that are right now are working towards that 33,000.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Giddings, would you be interested in amending the first clause of my motion? The one that says that staff be directed to bring forward a zoning bylaw amendment to permit 4 units per property as of right for council's consideration within 90 days of the passing of this resolution, by adding the words, with due regard for heritage conservation and infrastructure capacity and servicing.
Thank you for that. I'm happy to see that included. I'd still like to hear from the rest of our council colleagues and from the public in terms of whether I support the overall motion, but by all means.
All right, then I accept your motion and for the amendment, and I ask if there's any objection to that motion. Councillor O'Meara.
Yep, thank you, Your Worship. I spoke with the Minister's Chief of Staff a while ago about this, and they said that the federal bylaw does not override existing bylaws already. So if the town has in place existing bylaws to heritage districts, then the 4 units bylaw would only be applicable outside of that. So it's already covered that would not be in effect in heritage districts if we have a heritage bylaw for certain areas. So I would only say that that's probably a redundant addendum because it's already there in the, yeah, who can confirm that? But that's what I got that information a while ago when I asked.
Well, I don't know that redundant is bad here. We could take your conversation as confirmation that this would not be a poison pill. So I'll ask again, is there any objection? I think it's Councillor Elgar.
Mayor Burton, just based on what I just heard from the councillor, in heritage districts, well, Ward 4 hasn't got any heritage districts, and I don't think there's a lot of heritage districts north of the QEW anywhere. So I don't see how that's, I don't see how what you're trying to do is going to work based on the letters I'm getting from the federal government saying as of right.
So, Councillor, what I'm saying is, I think it's worth saying to them that we will do it with due regard for heritage conservation and infrastructure capacity and servicing.
Does that include parking?
Obviously, parking has a little wrinkle where for the 3rd unit, no, and for the 4th unit, maybe.
Yeah, I'd say that's a no too, based on what I've learned. But okay, so if it's, you see, this is where I'm worried. We get into something, and it's all good until somebody buys a house, doesn't live in the area anyway, and decides to put up a 4-unit, which is where Councillor Navnad is talking about. She's right. As of right is as of right. And I'm not sure what you can put in place that will determine that you can't have a 4-story, because people are saying, oh, why don't we have a 4-story? Have a quad, 4 stories high. Where is it written that they can't?
Councillor, all that we're trying to decide right now is whether we want to add this little restriction to the as of right around heritage conservation and infrastructure capacity and servicing.
Then we need more restrictions on that. We need height also, we need setbacks. Like, no, if we're going to do it, we have to do it right so the next door neighbors aren't going to be upset with me tomorrow morning and anybody in the ward.
If you consider what Councillor O'Meara reported, we already have height limits, we already have setbacks, and those, based on what he said, would not be removed or disturbed.
I don't think I've heard that from the federal government, other than just for heritage district. I'm sorry, I can't support it.
Fine. The amendment carries. Thank you. Councillor O'Meara.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. I'm having troubles with because we keep on adding things to this, and that's what got us in the trouble in the first place. I think we need a straight up or down vote on whether we're going to do 4 stories out right or not. I mean, you don't have to support it, don't support it. You want to support it, support it. But we're up against the clock. We got 2 days to report back on this, and when we start throwing in caveats about infrastructure servicing, well, okay, what does that mean? You know, if the province doesn't come correct and give us our development charges and we can't build, I think we're getting ourselves in trouble. I think we need an up and down here, and I think when we add on little pieces like that, I think we get in trouble.
We've passed the amendment.
I don't remember raising my hand in favor of it, so I don't know when that happened.
I asked if anyone objected. You raised your hand, Councillor Elgar raised his hand. I counted you as against it.
Okay.
I'm happy to take the vote again for clarity. Would you like that?
Sure, I would like to make sure that I'm noted as not agreeing with the amendment to add the infrastructure element in it.
All right. All those opposed to adding that amendment, please raise your hand. 1, 2. It's close, but the amendment carries.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Now, Councillor O'Meara, did you have more?
I do, yes, it's on the, your motions in general here. I'm gonna support your motions, and I support them because I can't sit here with a straight face and say, yeah, we'll allow a 4,000 square foot home to be built, and we'll allow 3 units to be built, but 4th is the straw that broke the camel's back here. And in particular, to do it for tens of millions of dollars, which literally means hundreds of dollars for each home in Oakville. I can't do that. I really do regret that while other municipalities were having this discussion in October and November, and they had time to go out to their residents and host town halls, we're doing it with 2 days left when the federal government has already handed out all this money. So we don't have time to go out to our residents. And actually, the number of residents that I tell, did you know you're already allowed 3 units per unit? None of them have any idea that has happened. So I think, you know, we need to do better in terms of letting people know what's going on and what changes to their neighborhoods are in. I live in the perfect example of this. I am in semis. Across the street from me are freehold single detached dwellings. 1 block down the road are 6-unit apartment buildings. They're all in my community there, and nobody is sitting there going, you have ruined Oakville because of the area that I live in. So I will speak not on behalf of my constituents because I haven't had time to go and to ask them what they think of this, but what I think is the right thing to do, and I'm going to support the motion on this. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Elgar, because of our system, it doesn't distinguish between second time and first time. So if you'll let me skip ahead to Councillor Knoll. Councillor Knoll, sir.
Thank you, Worship. So most of my questions were prosecuted through the questioning of councillors already, but I have a couple quick ones I want to just clarify for my own edification. First of all, when we're talking about a unit, we're talking about a full unit, as in a self-contained unit. This isn't a rooming house, right? This is we're not giving permission for 4 beds and particle board dividers.
That's correct,
Okay.
Councillor, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Now, I know that there's some question, or there may not be according to some of the information we received from Councillor O'Meara, but there is some question around the planning caveats we can put on this, and you'll flesh all that out should this motion pass to the bylaw. But I'm assuming that the regulations and the legislation, the Ontario Building Code and the Ontario Fire Code would apply, notwithstanding. I can't imagine the federal government could suspend those.
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay, so in that case, and with great respect to the concerns that I understand entirely from my Ward 7 colleague, the fact that there's a number of homes in Ward 7 which are occupied by multiple families or multiple generations, that wouldn't necessarily be applicable in this case because those aren't necessarily completely subdivided units with their own washroom facilities, their own bathrooms, and all the requirements that make up a unit. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, getting into an area that I'm not completely familiar with, but what I can offer is that we have issued permits for secondary suites. Those are right across the town, probably including Ward 7 as well. So address specific.
Right, but I guess the point I'm trying to get at is if based on the built form in most subdivisions, it would be difficult within the existing built form to create 4 separate units, except maybe some of the very substantial size houses. But it'd be very hard to build 4 substantial units or 4 complete units within a typical subdivision home. Would that be accurate?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it would be challenging, not impossible.
Yeah.
The City of Toronto has been doing some work on that, looking at different building typologies that would allow different ways of delivering 4 units, whether that's 1 unit per floor, whether that's having what would amount to what I would characterize, I guess, as a semi-detached back-to-back type of situation. Again, depends on the size of the property, depends on lane access, it depends on so many caveats that go with it.
But I guess what I'm really trying to suss out here is that by approving this and the subsequent bylaw, we're not necessarily opening the floodgates on every home in Oakville becoming a 4 unit. It's physically not possible, or even a substantial portion.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. I can see that.
Now, I want to turn to the public consultation process. So this motion tonight simply authorizes staff to go back and prepare a proposed bylaw to enact what we are committing to the federal government. And presumably, as the mayor said, if we were not to follow through with that, it would be bad faith. But we are still proceeding through a public consultation process. Is that correct?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, we would be following the legislation that's the Ontario Planning Act. So if we are to make any substantive changes such as that to our zoning bylaw, that has to go to council through as a statutory public meeting. So there is that opportunity for the public to provide that input through that, and then we would bring forward a recommendation if council so chooses or directs us, at which point the public could provide additional commentary. We would have the information available online as well, so we always have that option to bring in comments that way.
So remind me of the number of opportunities the public would have to provide feedback.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we take any submissions, whether they're presented to council by way of presentation. We take written submissions as well. We attach those to our recommendations, so council has the ability to see those comments as well.
Now, this last question I have probably is most suited to our bylaw, our municipal enforcement department, but I'm wondering, do you feel that this might have an impact on areas that are operating under the law right now by having illegal rooming houses and illegal student residences, that by bringing them into the law, this may actually allow them to come into compliance with the Ontario Building Code, the Ontario Fire Code, et cetera?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I won't speak on behalf of our municipal enforcement, but what I can say is I can easily see that the town would be providing some education, should council choose to go in this direction, to provide an education out to the public, whether it's news releases, our social media channels, putting it online, so that we're making the public as aware as possible that there are options out there and that they need to be following the legal process to do that, building permit, fire inspections, et cetera.
Terrific. Okay. Your Worship, thank you for the time. I just want to say in conclusion, I do support your motion and I'll be voting in favor of it today.
Thank you, Councillor Knoll. Next is Councillor Grant.
There we go. Thank you. Councillor Knoll actually caught my questions about public engagement. So rather than belabor this too far and miss most of our public speakers, I'll just say that I can confirm much of what Councillor Adams said about Sheridan. The students just don't want to live on campus because it's cheaper to get an apartment and have a bunch of kids live together in that situation. And to Mr. Charles, we will be looking at parking when it comes to the fourplexes, because that is a concern for a number of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grant. Councillor Haslett-Deal.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. Thank you to my council colleagues for all the great questions. So I have several things that I want to get to, but I also am concerned that we haven't heard from the public, and before I make a final decision on the motion before us, I would like to hear from them. I also would ask that an amendment that I forwarded to the clerk and to the member, and she forwarded to the members of council, be added as a D on this motion at this time.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any objection to Councillor Haslett-Deal's amendment? Councillor Haslett-Deal, would you like to read it out?
Sure. That staff engage with the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities as soon as possible on the ministry support for inclusion of a, quote, gentle density strategy in our Housing Accelerator application. Developing and prioritizing a gentle density strategy would include identifying a criterion to assess commercial properties near residential communities suitable for conversion to mixed use, identifying commercial properties that meet that criterion, determining the potential increase in housing supply and housing mix, including rentals, condos, and affordable, a public consultation plan for identified locations, property owner feedback, and any regulations that would be necessary for implementation. Further, that town staff report back to council on the feedback received from the ministry. And at the appropriate time, I'd like to speak to it, Mayor Burton.
This is the time.
So thank you. The politics of this for as of right is really quite unsettling. But I want to take the high road here. I believe that there are better opportunities than for as of right. And in fact, I think the suggestion that if in planning development you second things, Councillor Giddings was seconding, is a better option for neighborhoods and for increasing appropriate housing. Oakville at its best is when we make decisions after consulting with the public in a transparent, inclusive manner. To do otherwise is counter to our commitment in our strategic plan, where we said we will be inclusive and we will always consult you. I'm appreciative we've had a good discussion so far, and I think my council colleagues would probably agree, it's not been enough time nor enough public consultation. And while the motion on the floor that would be A, B, and C does speak to a 90-day period, at a minimum, it doesn't say that there will be more than the statutory notice for what is a substantial change in some communities across Oakville and a property owner's rights. Nor in any of the documentation that I've received have we identified the implications of for as of right for our residents. And they need to understand that before we make a final decision. Risks like substantive tree loss. Go visit McDonald and Allen and Reynolds and see what happens when you have to build a subdivision and how much clear cutting occurs of the trees. So while there is a hope and a prayer that maybe for as of right will not be a great uptake on it, the provision of putting it in embeds it into our bylaw. And as Councillor Dudek, I believe, said earlier, changing it would be downzoning and is problematic. There's setbacks in parking and pipe capacity, and I appreciate that that's all been raised. But fundamentally, what worries me here is the as of right. The taking away an individual, a community's ability to look at their neighborhood and look at the application beside them and determine, does that meet what they feel is appropriate and within our current and or progressing plan. So why is this suggestion something to consider? Well, if the funds in the Housing Accelerator, even a portion, accelerate a gentle density strategy, we could potentially put some housing above a plaza. Not all, not 20 stories, not even 10. Contextually determine what commercial properties would benefit by having a mixed use and would allow housing above it. And how does that fit into the neighborhood is part of what we've suggested. It will definitely increase the mix of housing types, and that's important. We all know that variety of housings will make a difference in affordability, and it'll also allow people who work in Oakville who may not be able to reach that ability to own a townhouse or a house, to give them a great place to reside and be a part of our community. So I really believe that this amendment, this suggestion to the minister calls out that there are ways to build housing that is contextually appropriate, that is inclusive of public engagement, and doesn't dismiss the value that people put on their communities. And I'd hope you support it, because I do believe that if we apply the funds and prioritize what our plan is, we would make more progress than for as of right.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll put the vote. Is there any objection to Councillor Hazlet-Thiel's amendment? Madam Clerk, I see no objection, and it carries, Councillor Hazlet-Thiel. Next up is, for a second time, Councillor Elgar and then Councillor McNeice.
Thanks, Mayor Burton. I'll try to be fast here. So I'm very concerned about the 4 as of right. So I decided to send a letter off to the federal government. And the reason I did it is because, and I did it for Vaughan, Hamilton, Brampton, Halifax, Kelowna, BC, Kitchener, and Calgary. Because I was reading in Vaughan, you know, they said we're going to allow high-density development near public transit, subway and GO train. Okay, I don't have a problem with that. Hamilton, agree with prioritized building developments on near rapid transit, including the future Hamilton LRT. Brampton, it includes reducing barriers to development housing in key areas. So that was, my email was pretty specific. Is that, if that's where they're going, I'm all for it. So I get the response back from the federal government. They said, we appreciate the efforts Councillor Elgar is making to pursue greater clarity ahead of this afternoon's council meeting, but it would have been preferable if we'd received such efforts from the town of Oakville sooner following Minister Fraser's original letter on October the 25th, 2023. To answer Councillor Elgar's question, all the cities named in Councillor Elgar's email agreed to 4 units as of right citywide, and the requirement that these bylaws be implemented at some point during a 3-year duration of agreement and has been incorporated into our agreements with each of these cities. The city of Brampton went further, agreeing to 4 units and 4 stories with 800 meter radius to rapid transit. And because they have one of the best and most thorough BRT systems in Canada, this covers the entire city. As the minister highlighted in the 10 Housing Accelerator Fund best practices, ending exclusionary zoning is at the top of the list of measures. Successful HAF applicants have agreed to, and I would also point to this statement Minister Fraser released when he published the best practices, which clearly illustrates our approach. As Councillor Elgar will have also seen, Oakville's neighboring municipalities, Mississauga and Burlington, have also agreed to 4 units as of right citywide. Indeed, Burlington did something proactively, demonstrating the kind of leadership, collaboration, ambition we are seeking. Ultimately, the decision to commit to the measures that could unlock funding under the Housing Accelerator Fund is one that only Oakville's Town Council will be able to make. And then signed off the regional affairs for the housing. So I guess if we approve this, parking, it's going to be an issue. Setbacks, they're all going to be issues. It's not going to be as easy as you think, oh, we can qualify, there can't be anything. 4 units, automatically a secondary units in the basement, that's not a problem. But they talk about, in the other one, the granny suites out back, you know, maybe put 2 or 3 in your, sprinkle them in your backyard. Don't worry about the trees, they won't be there. But, you know, we're already on target for 33,000 units. And I don't know why we would put our residents that live in single detached houses in this position. Hopefully it'll never happen, but if you're a developer, why would you not go and buy up a cluster of houses and just pack it in? I'm sorry, I want a recorded vote when this comes out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elgar. Councillor McNeice.
Through your worship, to staff, on the 4 units as of right, through inclusionary zoning or any other tools, is there the possibility of making one of those units affordable?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if council asks us to take this back and to look at some draft regulations, that is something that we can certainly take a look at and see how that could function, if at all. It does get difficult to try to zone to do people zoning. So we would need to look at what are the mechanics of how that bylaw would look and what would the functionality of it be.
Okay, so I'd just like to go on record that if we move forward on this, I'd like that to be looked at. And the recommendation actually comes out of the University of Waterloo Planning Department as a good way of sort of introducing some affordable, gentle density into neighborhoods. Secondly, I see this also, aside from the fourplexes, as an opportunity to sort of fast track or get our work going on the community planning permit system. Burlington was sort of praised for their work around MTSAs and the CPPS and the announcement where they got the funds. So I know they're ahead of us in their planning, but I believe we're scheduled to get our staff report in about 18 months. could we put that in our application? Because I know they do provide funding for creating capacity and looking into our infrastructure and looking into other things that aren't directly related to housing starts, but once introduced can fast track housing starts. So in my mind, you know, can we use some of this fund or put it into the application or suggest it to the feds that this could be a way that we can identify sites where it's appropriate and potentially draft the bylaw for council to consider for certain areas of Oakville?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we'll certainly take that under advisement and see how we would move that forward.
And I guess maybe just to the mayor, would you recommend, I know you have some interest in it as well, would you recommend an amendment or allowing staff to look into it?
Well, because inclusionary zoning by provincial legislation is restricted to MTSAs, decode that damn acronym for me, will you, Mr. Planning Director?
Mr. Mayor, MTSA major transit station area, inclusionary zoning, sorry, if it's a PMTSA, protected major transit station area, then yes, council is able to put rules into those areas that relate to inclusionary zoning.
Right, so my only caveat would be the province is restricted where you can do it, and so maybe waiting for advice would be the better course.
Okay, yeah, I was actually thinking more along the lines of the community planning permit system, whether that's this fund, which seems to be interested in methods that can fast track approvals. Potentially there's an opportunity to add that to our application so that we can get the resources to get that ready a little bit sooner for our consideration.
I think I would leave that to staff to bring you back a fleshed out proposal.
Okay.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hazlitt-Thiel.
Mayor Burton, I have two other things that I didn't mention, and then I promise to be quiet because I do want to hear from the public. So I think that some of the answers today have left me with a sense of, okay, but do we have that in writing? Do we have an assurance? And the money part is concerning me because on the one hand, I'm hearing it could be $0 because we didn't come to the table either fast enough or with what somebody wanted, or it could be 25 million, but maybe not 36 million. Who has something in writing that gives us clarity?
Councillor, what you have is your application and the staff report, which showed you how they got to 36. I would point out that if we qualify and the minister would like to make an award, it's by way of a contract and it's going to come back to council. So you can decide then if it's if you get anything, you can decide if it's worth it.
Actually, that's not my point, Mayor Burton.
Oh,
there
sorry.
There have been back and forths about, are we now subject to 0 because if we don't support 4 as of right, is it 25 million still because we did everything up to, but we didn't get to 4 as of right? While I appreciate the staff report, does anybody have anything from CMHC or the ministry in writing that says what the dollar amount on the table is without 4 as of right?
Yes, Councillor Elgar just read you a message from CMHC this afternoon saying the number, if you don't do 4, is 0.
Okay, I don't believe that resonated with people. I really wanted it back out there. So if we don't do the one piece, it is 0. The 25 million, which could have been an opportunity in October, is gone. Okay, got it.
Excuse me, there was no 25 million available in October without 4 as of right. And the minister made that clear to us.
I think there's differences of opinion of that, so I won't debate it. I guess my only other request tonight at this point is, in your motion you have an A, B, C, and D. I would ask, based on the procedure bylaw, that we vote on them each separately.
Not a problem.
Thank you.
All right. Madam Clerk, I think we're ready to invite our delegations from the public.
Our first delegation is Adam Mills.
Mr. Mills?
He is virtually, we just have to get him connected.
Ah, all right. Let us see if the technology is equal to the task.
Hello, sorry for the delay there. My name is Adam Mills, and I've been an Oakville resident for my entire life. I'm here to speak in favor of passing the bylaws that the Minister of Housing is requesting. I am currently away at school, and I'm speaking to you from the beautiful and vibrant yet quiet Plateau neighborhood of Montreal, which is why I've attending virtually. It's a neighborhood where the type of housing that is being discussed here is abundant, and where having a great mixture of housing types creates an incredible, tapestry of life, people, culture. Just the street that I live on, I have neighbors ranging from students to older professionals to young families to retirees to those on social assistance and more. They're like right out my window here, there's a 8-story social housing building, and housing is much more affordable here, which is part of the reason why I chose to leave the province to pursue my education. Having a car is optional, which makes traffic manageable, life more affordable for a lot of people, and all these, these are all aspects that I think Oakville can and should work to emulate. Setbacks, step backs, shadow impacts, angular planes, they're all foreign concepts here. And yet they've managed to create one of the best known, most vibrant and active neighborhoods in the country. And, the sky hasn't fallen. I mean, it snows a lot, but, you know, um, these are all things that Oakville's planning regime attempts to create, and I think in a lot of ways, by being so overly restrictive, really hinders Oakville's ability to flourish. Jabs aside, it's no secret that we're in a housing crisis. In fact, for as long as I can remember, we have known that housing is becoming increasingly unaffordable. Looking back now as a grown citizen, it's amazing to me that we are only starting to get serious about the cost of housing now. I've been told since as long as I can remember that I will never be able to own a house. It's just been a fact of life, and that's pretty sad. It affects everything. It affects when young adults like myself are able to gain their independence and move out from home. Instead, many of my friends, I'm 23 now, I'm a bit late going into university, but many of my friends have gone to university, and now they're coming right back to live at home because they can't afford to put a roof over their heads. It affects the spouse trying to flee their abusive partner because they can't afford an $1,800 rent payment for a 2-bedroom for them and their kids. And that was the lowest price for, a bottom of the barrel basement unit that I looked on when I looked on Kijiji today in Oakville. It's just, and that's a cause that I know is near and dear to many people on council's hearts. And it's really, that's why we should be so to prevent these things, or to help all these people. It's why we should be pursuing affordable housing and building as much housing as we possibly can, as urgently as we urgently. People are further and further away from their friends and family to find affordable housing, and on and on. Allowing for more housing to be built and welcoming new neighbors into our neighborhoods works to achieve many of the priorities that council has set for itself, especially regarding community belonging and environmental sustainability. So to hear all these caveats about why we shouldn't be building housing, it just kind of flies in the face of, I looked at town council's priorities today, and it talked about community belonging and environmental sustainability, allowing more development in our established neighborhoods. It's all about building communities where everybody can belong, and not having to build on greenfield sites, and contributing to the massive sprawl that the GTHA has been doing for the last many years. We talk a great talk about being an inclusive and welcoming community, but when it comes down to it, we sort people by the type of house they can afford. This style of house goes here, this style of house goes here, and it's just sorting everybody by class, and we get very myopic, worldviews from it. And then when you go to, a diverse neighborhood, like where I'm at now, it's like, wow, there's, it's really eye-opening. It's so, yeah, allowing only certain types of housing to be built in certain areas goes directly against being a welcoming town. You know, there are, you know, some might say that Oakville has been very welcoming. There are a lot of stats. Oakville has done very good to build a lot of new housing, but did we really welcome them into our neighborhoods and communities? I don't think so. I think we largely forced the development out of established parts of town. We're still talking about protecting, you know, the heritage district of downtown Oakville. We enabled sprawling car-dependent development all in North Oakville. As schools in South Oakville closed, we built brand new schools on farmers' fields, saying that we were concerned about infrastructure. But this infrastructure just laid to waste in South Oakville. You know, and a lot of this new infrastructure, many experts say, is never going to pay for itself, and maintaining it will contribute to municipalities' inability to maintain services in the future. My second point was not just about belonging; it was about sustainability. Having more neighbors and more housing types allows for so many sustainable benefits, such as more property taxes to fund things like public transit, more riders to justify running buses more than every half hour. Allowing more neighbors and more housing types means if we allowed them to exist in our neighborhoods, more grocery stores within walking distance, so that, you know, my grandma is able to go get her groceries after she can no longer drive. You know, especially with an aging population, that's something we should really be looking at. And allowing more units in our established neighborhoods is one key to that. And allowing more people to walk means less people driving and less traffic. You know, I don't know. That's just kind of how it works out in my mind. It's a very hot button issue, but a lot of municipalities, not just across Canada, but across North America, are realizing the harmful effects of restrictive zoning on housing affordability. So I ask you today to pass the minister's suggested bylaws, but also go further in pursuing common sense zoning reforms that have been proven to help lower the cost of housing, including reducing or eliminating parking minimums for commercial set around MTSAs, growth areas, commercial centers, so that these units can actually pencil out, because we're talking about how these units might not want to pencil out. We do want more people in our neighborhoods to contribute to our economy. And I also ask that council not permit 4 stories just around Sheridan College, but around any commercial centers like the ones I just mentioned. 4 stories really isn't that much. I live in a 4-story right now myself, and it's 4 stories, 4 units, and you know, it's a quiet, lovely little street. That's, yeah. When it comes to the actual implementation and regulation of these things, I hope that the building envelope is provided so that these units can actually be functional, like they can actually get built. A lot of times, you know, we permit 3 units, 4 units, but they can't actually get built because of the building envelope. It just doesn't work. So, you know, that's about all I have to say. I just wholeheartedly ask you to pass not just the minister's recommendations, but to go beyond, as he does ask in the letter, to permit more types of housing as of right all across town to help create a more vibrant, affordable, sustainable, and welcoming town.
Mr. Mills, Mr. Mills, thank you very much for your well-presented arguments, and I wish you well in your studies.
Thank you.
And there's people here who liked what you said. You got applause. And it breaks our
I'm
rules,
sure you
but
can tell.
what can you
I've
do?
got many opinions on the matter, so I'm more than welcome to any questions or any follow-ups from any councillors. I will be more than happy to email you.
I'm not seeing any, and I assure you, you were so comprehensive, you're unlikely to have any. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
The next delegation is Jeffrey Belcher, and he has a presentation.
Mr. Belcher, welcome back.
Am I at a good volume? Yeah, lovely. So I'm just here to make a quick presentation for you guys. I called it Rooftops and Red Tape, How to Make a Housing Crisis. And My name is Jeffrey Belcher, but I want to present today as a young person in Oakville because we're a group that has been historically underrepresented in the conversations around housing affordability, and I hope to sort of fill in the gaps today with that. Next slide, please. So the current state of housing for young people is pretty brutal. The young people are hopeless, fearful, and they don't know what to expect. And that's not just the reality for me, that's the reality for pretty much everybody I know. Over the last 10 years, the average price in Ontario of a home has tripled, which is an insane number, tripled, because it blows my mind that anybody sat around and watched the housing market triple and never thought that this would be a problem in the future. But it's essentially priced out the entire future generation of Canada out of ever owning a home within the next 10 years. And I find it insanely frustrating that whenever we get close to doing anything about it, there's always so much resistance from so many people where we actually might end up doing something to get me close to buying a home. Next slide, please. The key facts of this sort of process have been the province and the feds are giving money to the municipalities to enable them in some ways to build new units, to address this problem. The core issue is supply. More than we need affordable housing, we need just more units, more number. If we look at Canada, we are the only G8 country with less, we are the only country in the G8 that has the least amount of housing per capita. And if we look at housing being built since the 70s, it has slumped, a graph, straight down. And that's precisely because of the ways that we have designed our cities going forward. And now we're paying the price. Houses are insanely expensive. My generation's totally priced out. And now we're here 10 years later doing pretty much the bare minimum to address the problem. This money will be awarded to cities who take action the quickest, and much of it is already gone. You can see the staff report for who's already been accepted, but most of our neighbors have already gone through this application process and already have accepted money. Next slide, please. The timeline for this, to be frank, has just been insane. With this amount of money on the line, I'm surprised that there wasn't more public consultation, but the timeline that staff gave said that this was known about in March. And when I got back to Oakville, there was one meeting on it in September. But now we're 2 days away from the deadline. We're potentially going to miss out on millions of dollars, as some councillors here have already said they're not going to support 4 as of right for some reason. At some point between October and December, there was a 2-month radio silence for anyone in the public. I don't need to remind everybody here about that nuclear council meeting with Pam DeMoff, where she basically brought to light what was happening. And as a resident, I had no idea. That was the first time I heard about it. This needs to be more transparent in the future. I don't know what else to say. This was just insane. And I'm honestly pretty disappointed that it's come to this. But we're 2 days away from the deadline. I feel like I'm cramming like I'm in university with $36 million on the line. Why? Next slide, please. Some common concerns I've heard from councillors, in my opinion, have already been addressed. I remember Councillor Adams talking about where does the money come for 4 as of right. This money can be used to help address the infrastructure problems that come with that. That's what it's designed to do. It's designed to enable municipalities to build up their units, to increase the supply that we desperately need. And some people have been confused about the scope, but I please just look at other cities. They have already figured it out. They already have approved applications, and they're already getting money. Burlington has like $21 million. Mississauga is over $100 million. Where are we struggling to figure this out? The only thing that we are unique in is being slow. Next slide, please. So my question is as a young person, what am I supposed to do? The people who are elected to represent me are waiting till 2 days before this is due to take action. Why am I, as a resident who's most affected by this, not being consulted? Hamilton, Burlington, Mississauga, Toronto, they've already been approved. Why are we taking so long? I don't understand why we are so uniquely slow in this process. Next slide, please. when I started coming to these meetings, I had a lot of positive feedback from counselors. I spoke with many of you personally because you guys said that my generation doesn't come to these meetings. You guys feel like you guys don't know what we want. But here's the problem is when I tell people that they should come to these meetings, they don't think you care. And what am I supposed to point to show that that's not true? This is an insane decision being created 2 days before the deadline. Something as non-controversial, I know 4 units as of right is very controversial here, but 4 units as of right is a pretty normal norm in many parts of the world, even in North America. Toronto is getting close to 6 as of right. And you don't see their town exploding. The only thing that could possibly happen is that housing prices might go down, which is kind of the point. And I want to point to something that's happening here that is meaningfully taking the price of housing down, but I can't. The plan for Midtown is not for 10 years. There's no plans that I can look at and say, yep, I'm gonna live here because this place is affordable for me. And I can actually meaningfully say that we have actually taken action to reduce the housing prices in Oakville. And we have a long way to go. Housing prices tripled in 10 years. We have so much work to do, and I feel like we're just getting started. Next slide, please. So just in summary, the housing crisis didn't stop over the Christmas break, and it's a shame that we can only meet now at the end of January to talk about it, but we need faster responses. Like, we need a bit more oomph when dealing with this because all of your kids, all of my friends have nowhere to live. And I have nothing to say to them except that we are just getting started now. Councillor, I remember you saying that we could maybe build housing on top of a plaza. I don't understand what about this current housing crisis makes anybody here think that there is room for flexibility in the way that we do this. The government is clear. If we do not pass these amendments, we will not get the money. It's plain as day. I've read the letters. They're pretty damn clear. So you guys need to pass this, get the money, and start building units 10 years ago. The second best day is today. Next slide, please. Today, approved 4 as a right townwide. This should have been done a decade ago, but again, we can do it today. Approve this 800-meter buffer around Sheridan. I don't know where information is coming from that students don't want to live near campus, around campus. That is so not true. People want to walk to where they work. That is a no-brainer. Help the students out now because they are the primary people who are affected by this housing situation. And get working on the community planning permit system. I just sat through a painful development process and discussion item 7.1 that has been going on for years. And I went to the last one and it was just as long. We are nowhere near getting a building in that lot because developers have to amend and we have to constantly go back and forth and developers get appealed by people who have no idea what's happening. It's a disaster. We have to bring our housing policy into this decade and a community planning permit system can help that. But the time horizon, 18 months, like I would ideally like to maybe get to a point where I can still be in Oakville. So I don't really want to live with my parents for another 18 months. So I would just appreciate a little bit more push. And you know, the money that you can get from this Housing Accelerator Fund can be used to hire more staff to get that through. So yeah, next slide, please. I'm happy to take any questions, but that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much for coming and saying it. Councillor Hazlet-Teal will not disappoint you. She has questions. And Councillor Nando.
Thanks for coming out again. Never give up, always persevere. Just for clarity, my suggestion, which was agreed to in terms of an amendment at least today, is that we do put housing on those plazas, but we do it in a contextual, consultative way. And while I know that that's not what you want to hear in terms of speed, it could be faster if we prioritize it as one of the more urgent things we do, and we do an analysis that it will actually translate into X amount of houses over X period of time. And of all the people that might be interested in getting the value out of their property, a commercial property owner might be interested in a mixed-use zoning, which enables them to build local neighborhood housing. So it may not be all the way you want to go, but I just wanted to clarify you, that's why we put it forward. And I hope that it proceeds, and hopefully we make it a priority.
Thank you, Councillor. Am I allowed to make a quick comment on that? I totally understand. I know you brought up McDonald, because I used to live there. My parents used to live in that area. And I've walked those streets before. And that whole area is zoned for low residential. So I can already tell you that no mixed-use building is getting built there, because that's not what you've zoned it for. The progress that you guys have to make here is that you guys have done a poor job zoning the neighborhoods currently. Like, that needs to change today. And that's what I hope for as of right approval will do if you follow the mayor's advice here. That's what I'm hoping will get done.
So we have a rule, we don't debate with somebody, but thank you for sharing your perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't know why we keep forgetting that 3 is already as of right everywhere. I don't know why that doesn't register, but it's already there. Councillor Nanda is next.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming in. I have to say, I really do commend you. You know, I have a few children myself, and I do go home and I say, you know, I'm very impressed by seeing the younger generation come here. I do want to make a clarification when we're making our comments as well, and you heard the 4 as of right. I heard you earlier say there's not many people that live in the north. That's not true at all. I would actually, you know, invite you to come up to the north side, which I find very many people from the south do not. We do come to the south, I agree, but very many people don't come to the north. When you come up there and you see, and you probably heard earlier that I made a comment saying, I think we already have 4 as a right. And the reason being is we speak in the context of all aspects. So in the aspect of quality. So the level of density that we have in North right now, and what the families are seeing is we are seeing multi-generational families living in homes, and as what the planning director said and someone said earlier, living in different rooms. So those are not even seen as units, but that's what we have. We have children who have to be bused 20 minutes away, and they live across the street from a school. One of our schools has 16 portables, the other one has 24 portables. That is not gonna change in 10 years because the zoning that we have, the boundaries that we have, condos and buildings are being built within those boundaries. So we constantly have to hear where is the quality of life for our children. The town of Oakville's programs, if you've ever heard, the parents have to wake up at 7 a.m. and by 7:01, it's closed. And then the kids have missed out. There's a whole aspect of what needs to go. I agree with you in terms of planning. And when I came into this position, I was not happy with how things were planned. And I've lived in my area for 10 years. So with my own children, I've seen the growth, and I've seen how we've had to go through the growing pains. The reason I find this very difficult is because we haven't gotten all the information. And based on what I've seen, where my residents are and what I have to hear day in and day out, I just know the quality of life will not be there if we just allow a free-for-all. I do really appreciate, you know, how you feel. I have to look at my own children and how they're gonna be able to afford. You know, they're younger, but how they're gonna be able to afford in the future. But I also have to see what kind of quality of life will their children have afterwards, and where maybe your children will have. You may have a roof over your head, but what is the quality of life gonna be? So I'm asking that we look at all aspects when we're deciding on what kind of decisions we wanna make.
Thank you for your perspective,
Thank you.
Counselor.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you, Mr. Belcher.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
Our next delegation is Douglas McKirkin, and he represents the Trafalgar Chartwell Residents Association with a presentation.
While we get Mr. McKirkin to the podium, could I have a motion to go past the hour? Counselor Knoll, thank you. Any objection to that motion? Thank you. It's close, but it carries. Counselor O'Meara. Welcome, Mr. McKirkin. We look forward to your information.
Hi. Hi, Mr. Mayor and members of council. For the record, my name is Doug McKirkin, and I'm here representing the Trafalgar Chartwell Residents Association. And just a fairly short presentation on the 4 additional asks from the minister that were in the materials that staff sent out. So could I have the next slide, please? So with respect to permitting 4 units per residential lot as of right townwide, TCRA supports this change to our bylaws, provided that as of right is defined as these words here, entitlement of the owner of property to use or develop it without recourse to a public hearing process or a vote of council, if the proposed use and or development accords with zoning bylaws. So we were assuming that there would be, to the conversation that some members of council had with staff earlier, that we would still have the ability to implement or introduce appropriate setbacks and height restrictions and the like. Next slide, please. Increased density around Sheridan. We can't speak for residential neighborhoods around the college, but we do support reasonable measures to increase availability of housing for Sheridan College students. I think that's a no-brainer. We are concerned that the land concerned, when we're talking about student housing within 800 meters, should not include the current parkland or forest surrounding much of the college. And I guess we note the proximity of Oakville Place for possible development of student housing. It's about 20 minutes walk away, 10 minutes by bus. I'm sure that's stating the obvious, but moving on, can I have the next slide? We have no comment on the ask from the ministry to commit dedicated staff to implement an affordable housing strategy. We just don't know enough to be able to comment on that. And then if I can have the next slide. With respect to delegating approvals for variances, etc., to town staff, TCR supports this provided that policy is clear and unambiguous, and that accountability remains with council. That's the end of my presentation on behalf of TCRA. Mayor Merton, can I have a few words personally? Is that all right?
It absolutely is. You've got 7 minutes left.
Well, I won't take that long. I just, I'd like to echo some of what Mr. Belcher was saying. I do think we need to solve this problem of housing affordability. We need to move faster. I think we need to be more prepared to accept infill in established neighborhoods. I'm speaking for myself, not for TCRA. So my personal opinion is that we've just got to get serious. can't have it both ways. If we want to stop and contain urban sprawl, we're going to have to intensify, and we're going to have to accept more density, different variety of buildings within established neighborhoods. And I love my established neighborhood, but I anticipate that we're going to have to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McCurkin. Before you walk too far, Councillor Haslet-Thiel has a question for you.
Thank you for coming out. Can I just turn to staff, and can you pull up Mr. McCurkin's slides, please? I just want to make sure that he has answers in terms of, can we go to slide 1? So definitively, can you confirm that if the proposed use or development in accord with the zoning bylaws? Director Charles, does that mean the current zoning bylaws or the zoning bylaws that are under review? And are those zoning bylaws subject to change after 4 units as of right could be in place?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly we would certainly take a look at this. I'm trying to understand the thrust of what the question is. In all told, when we bring back a draft, if council so directs us, then we would be putting some shape to that. Property rights would still continue to apply. That bylaw process that council would see is in fact a public process per the Planning Act, so there would still be that opportunity for the public to participate in that.
So my question is, more specifically, if 4 as of right is approved, okay, we have currently zoning bylaws. Those bylaws will change, and you will be bringing back, if the motion is approved tonight, changes that this residents association would take comfort in, saying, this is the height that would be allowed, this is the setback that would be allowed, side yard setback. Will that be in what you give us in 90 days?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is our intent, is to take a look at the full scope of what the bylaw regulations are, and what will it mean if council is to look at 4 units per property. So what do those regulations are, or what do they look like? What are the performance standards? And then council may offer us further things to think about or things to add, which we would have to then bring back for further approval.
So it's not what we would currently have today with the distance beside another property or the height that we currently have. Those things, what you will come back with, either confirming that this would still be in place, or they could be different.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, that's correct. That's correct.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Could you go to, I think it's the final slide. Doug, when you say the policy is clear and unambiguous, I just want to bring you back to the Committee of Adjustment issues that constantly have been a factor. And some people would say the policy is clear and unambiguous when it says you are only allowed X amount of floor ratio, or you must have this setback. Do you consider what we have in place right now clear and unambiguous?
No.
So I take your point. I mean, it would be really great if the policy was clear and unambiguous, but I'm a bit worried for us that it may not be. And when you say accountability remains with council, so variances, Committee of Adjustment, or are you saying everything comes to council, or are you saying delegated authority to staff to make those decisions?
May I interrupt you? If I can use an analogy, because we debated this and have debated it at length. If you delegate authority to somebody to do something,
Would you pull the microphone?
oh, I'm sorry. So if you're delegating authority to somebody, you're likely to get a good result if you make it very clear what it is that you want done, and you make it clear what the boundaries are, what your expectations are if the individual to whom you've delegated authority needs some more information, some support, some whatever. So that's what we were talking about when we were talking about policies clear and unambiguous. And accountability doesn't get delegated. If you're the captain of a ship and you delegate to the first officer to take the ship out of port and he puts it on a reef, he's going to be busted, but so will you be. So that's about as clear as, that's what we mean. I understand the Committee of Adjustment analogy, and it is very confusing and irritating to all concerned, I'm sure. That isn't what we were talking about.
Therein lies the rub. Where is the accountability? But thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. McCurgan. Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
That would be Pierre Sauvageau, sorry.
Mr. Sauvageau? All right, he seems to have left. Is there anyone else who would like to contribute to our knowledge on this subject? Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why don't we take you from, here's Mr. Sauvageau. Remember your hands, and we'll come back and we'll start over here and go across and back. And we already have registrations from Matthias De Silva and Nick Morrison. So they'll be after Pierre, and then 1, 2, so on. Mr. Sauvageau, welcome again.
Yes, good evening.
We look
Ken.
forward to your information.
I just want to say I'm very pleased with the mayor's motion. I think it's dead on right, because presently how it was worded and everything within the report and the ministry's letter, it requires something very definite as to the actions which council and which the town will take in order to get the money. You know the saying, show me the money, 36 million? Yes, sir, that is what we need. Now, the only thing I wish to clarify, though, is in regards to the 800-meter area around Sheridan College. One of the motion is to allow 4-story, 4-unit plus units within that area. However, some of the areas quite well-established single homes. In particular, I was interested in determining, don't mind the 4-story, but in regards to Appendix F, at the second last page, item 9, increasing densification around Sheridan College, it mentions that may build additional units within the Sheridan property, college lands, but it also mentioned that potential exists for 220 building may be realized on a high-density site in McCraney Street. Now, that's very contentious. I'm not too sure where the 220 units will go on McCraney Street. I continuously pass that area, McCraney Street, because my father and mother-in-law, they live there. So I'm quite concerned because as it is right now, I don't see where. I wonder if staff could answer where those 220 units were or are that potentially can be built. especially if we're going to submit Appendix F to the ministry as well, or is it just a letter?
We're not submitting, I don't believe we're submitting Appendix F. What I believe we're doing is passing the motion in front of us.
Okay.
The application is already there. But Mr. Charles, can you indicate where or how you came to an estimate of 200 units in that area?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to the delegate. There is a site which is just on the east side of the secondary school at McCraney and, I'm going to get this wrong, Montclair, I believe. And that site has had high-density zoning permissions for a few years now. There had been a proposal the council saw a number of years ago, and it went through a variance process which increased the permitted number of units on that property. I want to say it was 219, 221, somewhere in that range.
Yes, I thought that was the site. I just wanted clarification of that. I don't believe the application was ever approved by council for the development to go ahead. And that particular property is very contentious with the neighborhoods with the neighbors around that property. I'm diverging, pardon me. I just want to say I support you, Mayor Burton, in regards to the motion. And the other amendments, I understand the fear or apprehension of the other councillors, but I assure you, town staff will take consideration the various aspects of fire protection, parking, setbacks, etc. in the future when they present to you the specifics. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sauvageau. Madam Clerk, the next delegation, please.
Next, we have Matthias De Silva.
Mr. De Silva, welcome back.
Long time no
Madam
see.
Clerk.
Hi. I'll see if this time I'm not popping the mic. First of all, I would like to I'd like to propose a council nap time so you all can rest in the middle of a meeting this long. So I won't be taking too much of your time. And I would like to open my delegation by saying something incredibly important to the way that I feel and to the things that I talk about Oakville, which is that I believe that we criticize the things that we love the most. Right? So we criticize it the most, we care so much about it that we want it to be perfect because we love that. And I love Oakville. So that's why I criticize it in a hopefully friendly manner. I would like to first, I had a delegation written up, but quite a lot of points were made before I got to speak. So I'd like to quickly go over some of these notes. Promise I'll be quick. First of all, I would like to give a little bit of context. So I used to live in northern Oakville, right on Timberland Gate. And this area is one of my favorite areas in the entirety of Oakville. I could walk to amenities like grocery stores, hair salons, music schools. I'm a musician myself, so that was absolutely wonderful. Parks, cafes, and much more. I could take the bus to school in just a few minutes, and I actually went to Sheridan College. And it was in general a lively community where I felt like we were one, right? And I believe that Oakville should strive to have more neighborhoods like these that actually allow people to have the freedom of choice of what sort of lifestyle they're willing to live, and hopefully be happy with a plethora of housing. Now, I'd like to take a little bit of a darker turn with that context there, which first of all is, I can't help but find that sometimes it seems that if you don't own a property in Oakville, you don't really have an opinion, and you shouldn't be heard. At least that's what I can gather by a lot of what I've seen discussed here today, where I understand, right? That's where the money's coming from. It's from the properties, right? But at the same time, the people that in the future would afford a property might not be able to, right? And I would like to link that into, I believe that forest of right should happen even if payment or not, but especially with payment, because $36 million is a lot of money. And it seems that maybe we're a little bit uncertain about that, and maybe some individuals might be concerned about karma and relationships and upsetting some people, but the biggest question as a member of the younger generation that I have is, what does actually matter, right? Is it the politics or the future of Oakville? And I've seen a plethora of words being thrown around today, like contextual, appropriate, inclusive, and quality of life. And I find it that these words are being misused in this context because in a lot of ways, this is quite the opposite of that, right? Limiting the types of housing that you can build in Oakville and just, expecting people to find other places to live and not acting on a housing crisis that has been occurring, like a previous delegate mentioned, ever since I was born, is not inclusive. It is not appropriate. I think that, like previous delegates mentioned, it is something that we should be acting on as fast as we can. Another thing that I'd like to point out is I've seen a lot of discussion about parking, right? And I agree, parking is incredibly important, right? The main method of getting around in Oakville is via car. And that's a very common thing across the GTHA. But we live in the year 2024, which is kind of weird to say because, oh my God, I'm old. But, we've learned from many parts of the world that a successful developed country offers multiple methods of transportation, and the reliance on motor vehicles is simply not viable or sustainable. If you want to build affordable housing, we also need to make other methods of transportation affordable. So whenever I see these new developments, I see such focus on parking, and we need to have visitor parking and commercial parking, but where are the discussions on the cycle infrastructure and the pedestrian infrastructure, the transit infrastructure, right? And I would like to close this little note section to basically say that Oakville is dependent on the youth, which are currently being kind of left in the dust. And we need to think of, I'm not old, but I'm not super old. I'm 22, I think. And I'd just like for everybody to think back to your younger days, right? What would you think in this situation? Now, I would quickly like to transfer. I said it would be quick, but it took a little bit longer than I was thinking about that. Promise. I'll go into my delegate speech that I had planned. So it is incredibly exciting to see these changes that are being made in the zoning bylaws in Oakville to allow for better land use, more options for living, as well as housing. And I think that for as of right is an incredible, payment or not, an important step for Oakville to become a better place. These sorts of changes are necessary to shape a future Oakville where all residents have the choice of what type of lifestyle they want, while encouraging more sustainable, people-centric, and mixed-use developments. In fact, Jackson Crabgrass from Oxford University says the following: urban planners have long denigrated sprawling suburbs as inferior to denser development in terms of culture, population, and size of the economy. On top of this, these sort of developments these zoning changes allow are also better for Oakville's air quality and greenhouse gases emissions. National Center for Biotechnology Information says Canada and the US are leading emitters of greenhouse gases among developed countries due to sprawling, auto-dependent suburbs. While these zoning changes are incredibly welcome and encouraged, and we should most definitely pass for as of right, they are also incredibly overdue. Oakville needs to immediately expedite, zoning changes that allow for mixed-use, denser, and lively communities to be built across town. So far, Oakville has had plenty of opportunities to move towards a safer, more sustainable, and people-centric town. Still, we continue to move at an embarrassing rate, while other municipalities in in the GTHA, Canada, and across the world continue to fight the housing crisis while we just kind of sit and watch. We are already experiencing the side effects of decades of unwillingness. Young folks are moving out, extremely unaffordable neighborhoods, unwelcoming and dangerous streets, and most importantly, zero people-centric areas and the complete non-existence of third places. We have the opportunity to ditch the status quo and make an Oakville that welcomes all instead of pushing out the generation that will shape its future. I would be very happy if 4 as of right was passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your information. Thank you. Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
The next delegation is Nick Morrison.
Mr. Morrison, welcome. Council looks forward to your information. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you. So, first of all, I didn't think that I'd be delegating tonight, so forgive me if there's any stuttering or if I end up staring at my notes. I just want to make sure that I'm getting the information across well to y'all. So, and also, I'm tired. Y'all are probably tired, so I'm going to do my best to make sure that I'm not repeating myself and we can go home and sleep. So, January 24th is the due date, and that is our final chance. And today, you're not saying that you're approving 4 as of right. It's just on the list of things that you're saying, we'll look into this. So Burlington is saying, you know what, we support it, and they still have to go through with actually doing the zoning bylaw changes. So the Burlington motion actually says, be it resolved that Burlington City Council supports the following that are either in addition to the elements captured in action plan or represent clarification of, that's not important. Be it resolved that Burlington City Council supports the following. Moving forward expeditiously on a council motion to implement 4 units as of right and other actions identified in the housing strategy. So if you zoned out from like fatigue, because that was just legal-ish talk, you can zone back in now. The zoning bylaw amendments, including town-initiated ones, as staff has said, still require public consultations. So right now we're talking a lot about detail, and I can appreciate that. I'm happy that this is a council that looks forward and tries to understand fully, but that's not entirely the point of this, and I will get to that later on. So Mississauga, for example, actually, we talk about how Mississauga had changed their zoning bylaws such that they allow 4 units as of right. What Mississauga went through was basically in October, went to council, got denied. In November, it went back to council again with more time for people to actually understand what's happening and to go through consultation process. And then they passed it the following week. And when they passed that zoning bylaw amendment, the amendment was in such a way that is probably the least offensive to some residents. It's basically saying, okay, for now, we're going to try and get something before we can actually do the proper lengthy consultation process. We're going to say 4 units as of right is okay. You cannot change the overall design of the home or like the outside of the home. It's similar to the actual wording in, I think it was Bill 23 from the province, where basically if you want to make a triplex, you can't really change the envelope of your home. So there are some comments around no uptake, and there are 2 things that come to mind on that. There's poison pills, which if the Mississauga bylaw stays as it is, it's kind of that pretty much. And then there's also inflation. I think council needs to actually try and be solution oriented here. You see that there is a problem. You see, you know what, this thing is not working. There's no point in doing it. Okay, why isn't it working? What can staff tell us that we need to do to get this to work? So get staff to, or use the money from the HAF funding to get a consultant if necessary, to actually look at the market. Toronto had to do this, and when they did it, they had to come back later on and say, okay, we had the 4 units as of right, but it wasn't enough. We spoke with small developers This is mostly a target here. We're not talking about the big ones. We're talking about like the small builders, the small developers, just regular people that just want to change their home up. And we asked, and they said, these are the changes we need to make to our zoning bylaws. I'm taking a lot longer than I thought, so I'm going to try and scroll through a good amount of this. There are, speaking of regular people, there are elderly people who are having trouble moving out of their home right now, who are on the fixed income. We talk about that, but we don't also provide options for them to actually supplement that income, which they could with increased rent. There is also the option of them moving out of their home and maybe with their friends buying another property and then converting that into a fourplex. If you have 4 homes in there, it's far cheaper than the current 3 that's allowed by the province. Then there's been talk about some things regarding auto-dependent infrastructure that we have. This is also transit-supportive densities. Oakville has talked about trying to make the transit system a lot better than it is. And this is just one way to actually do that. Someone else had also talked about how having increased population in an area could actually make it more viable for a grocery store to move in, for a cafe to open up around the corner, something like that. Next, there was questions about affordability. Will these actually be affordable? And if you have plenty of rental options, does the landlord still have the upper hand? Because I don't think they do. The landlord then needs to actually invest in the home and justify the rent. And if they can't invest in the home, then it's either they decrease the rent or they sell it to someone who can either shoulder the cost of lower rent or will actually make the home something better for people to live in. So the key questions here are, do we want the opportunity, and are you open to hearing more about this? You're not making the decision today. We're going too deep in the weeds with this. If we get the funding, we can use the initial investments towards things. If we do consultation and investigation and don't do fourplexes, well, then at least we can say that we tried our best, if we try our best. Maybe we won't get all of the money, but some of it is definitely better than nothing. So when I leave this earth, I want to know that I left it better than I came into it. And I'm sure you all feel the same. So vote in favor. This is a crisis. Let's get moving. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morrison. And thank you.
Thanks.
Madam Clerk, do you have another delegation? Time to poll the audience. Do we have any other volunteers? So let's go from the front to the back. So you in front, yes. Please come down, introduce yourself, and then we'll go back from you. Welcome. We look forward to hearing from you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Fred Dawson. I have been a resident of Oakville since 1978. When we first moved here, it was nothing above Upper Middle Road. Life did not exist above Upper Middle Road. Since that time, the town of Oakville has grown massively. And I have had a front, since I live in the north, I live in the north, I've had a front row seat of the growth and the impact of what's going on in that part of the community. I have a lot of concerns, to be very honest, that there has not been an opportunity for public discussion on what I believe is an incredibly important set of decisions. I realize there's $36 million out there, the carrot that our federal government loves to put out because they suddenly were caught in a situation where they felt they had to do something. And now they're putting the pressure on everybody else. But that is not, in my opinion, the right way to make a proper decision for the community. Since I've lived where I have now, and I've lived in 2 different locations in Oakville, I have seen Trafalgar Road expanded twice, possibly 3 times, to the point where it now rivals almost, I jokingly refer to it as the 401 in Oakville, because it's so heavy with traffic at certain times of the day. It's a major problem. And I live right near there. I can look out my back window, and if I'm not looking at Councillor Adams, who happens to live behind me, I can see Sheridan College. I'm very concerned, not so much about the for as right proposal. My concern, quite frankly, is the densification in that 800-meter zone around Sheridan College. We have all along Trafalgar. I mean, Trafalgar is the road in Oakville. We all know that. Everybody moves up and down Trafalgar, and at times it can be very, very heavy traffic and very, very difficult. And it's only beginning. There are, as we all know, when you drive up north on Trafalgar and you hit Dundas, there are massive developments going on there. And there's only one way from there to the GO station, and that's Trafalgar. So to start adding further density in an area that is so congested already, from my perspective, this makes no sense whatsoever. I think it's a terrible decision, quite frankly. So, I encourage council to oppose the motion proposed by Mayor Burton. I understand the carrot, and I understand the $36 million, but this is not an unimportant or trivial decision. This is a very big decision. And I don't think it's as simple as saying, well, we'll make the commitment, and then if we change our mind down the road, we can just kind of, I don't think it's like, doesn't work that way. If we make a commitment, we've made the commitment, and we have to go down that road. So I believe that the fact that we have not had an ample opportunity to discuss this ahead of time puts, I think, the town in a situation where I believe they should oppose the motion and make decisions based on the best long-term future for Oakville. And that's my, I didn't have a presentation. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I thought I would.
Well, thank you very much for taking the time to share that with us.
Thank you.
Next, yes, on your row, you and then the fellow next to you, I believe, wants also to come. Please come down, feel welcome, and introduce yourself.
This is microphone accurate. Do we get volume here? Closer, farther, everything? All right. Hello there. My name is Luca Morganti, and I have no idea the formalities of how this goes, just to be frank with you, so I apologize if I do any informalities in my conduction of this little verbiage I have here. I don't mean to step on any toes. I'm frankly as green as it gets to come here. I am simply here not to sort of raise any points or anything about the bylaws. I'm more so just here to demonstrate a perspective of the younger generation that Jeff earlier had mentioned. I myself have been a resident of Oakville all my life, since I came out the womb. I've lived in the same house all my life. And frankly, this is my first time being inside the City Hall. I'm here on a whim. I frankly just wanted to see my friend, and all of a sudden, here I am, speaking to you lovely gentlemen and ladies. So, again, as green as a perspective as it gets, as a sort of citizen of Oakville. I've not always, I guess, lived here 24/7, obviously. Mr. Mills appeared to us earlier from Montreal, and I myself went to university as well. I was lucky enough to be able to do that in Brock University in St. Catharines, Ontario. I was a university graduate. I luckily graduated this past June, and I worked or spent time working as a resident don, or a RA, it's commonly referred. This is a position where it's mostly, the long and short of it is just to properly inaugurate first-year students and make sure their experience is as enjoyable and safe as possible when first coming into the university. And a big part of my decision was to pursue this, not only my internally to sort of feel like, hey, I'd like to go help some people in the same way I liked enjoyed being helped in first year, but also it's a trade-off in a sense. The residence I had there was free of charge. The meal plans at times was also free of charge. So I promise this will lead to a point again. Again, I'm not making any huge points. I'm just simply delivering your perspective. I worked there for my time at second year of university, even during the time of the pandemic, all the way over to my most recent fourth year, where I was a head resident. I was a boss. I had my own team. It was kind of nice. For 3 straight years, I was essentially, in the exchange of working, I was saving this money that I could have been spending on rent and potentially spent time focusing on studies that I could have been doing, having a job in order to pay for said rent. I myself, in that time in that role, have sat through a variety of meetings, perhaps not in your exact position, but from a similar perspective. So not only do I appreciate the fact that you're all still awake and interested in what this guy's saying, but I also understand and appreciate the toll that the administrative decisions take on a monetary and personal level. And again, this is not exactly what I'm more so delivering a pedestrian level per se. That role that I've mentioned before, it's a role that is not successful for everyone. There are some people that are not successful in being selected as this Don or RA, as this helper. And I've seen it firsthand just as much as last year, where they were very much confident that they could be renewing for it the previous year, and they were told no. And I've seen it firsthand, the full-on emotion, the tears, the panic, everything. I gave up so-and-so's job in order to feel like I'd be living here. And now I have to scramble into finding a place to live. They're forced to basically sprawl and find some place where they, as I've seen, can very much live in a personal room, including 6 rooms that are basically as wide as the booth from Mr. Burton all the way to Mr. Elgar, in sort of space with up to 6 people, if not more. So that's just a perspective that I've sort of seen. I'm seeing it again with some current friends that I have. In addition, in searching for these rooms, they're concerned for a rent rate of $400 a month. And that itself is still terrifying for them. As Mr. Mills earlier spoke of, that is 4.5 times less than the minimum for what Oakville is sort of has that in terms of a minimum sort of perspective there. And as a last little thing, 5 minutes, wow. In addition, it's, I guess, important to bring the perspective of how Oakville itself is perceived. Now, obviously, it's likely not important. We don't care what other people think, obviously. Like, it's more so we have to operate in what's just best well for the town, and I certainly acknowledge that. But it's often, like, every time, basically, without fail, when I mentioned I was from Oakville, Ontario, I was like, oh, rich guy, money bags, huh? You got 3 houses over there? Like, what are we doing here? So it's very much like a much common trope, and I, at times, just kind of laugh at that and kind of find it currently kind of ironic, because I now have left school and I'm currently working 3 jobs in order to try and make ends meet, and I live in a house as familiar as anyone could, and still in one where I'm always grateful that I still have a home and other people do not. So now that just, again, this is just merely perspective from the younger generation that was asked as a thing, and I figured I would share this with my first meeting here. So I thank you for your time, and if you have any, I'm more than happy to explain more of my life if you have any questions, but if you don't, it's fine. I get it, we're all tired, so.
Thank you very much for the time you took to share your lived experience, and it's a very valuable observation about how some young people are living. Sobering to hear. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries, thank you.
Yes, you are next. Just please feel welcome, and please introduce yourself and share your thoughts.
Good evening, Council. My name is Eric Genier. I have been an Oakville resident all my life. I am born and raised in the River Oaks community. I believe that's Ward 5. Never left that house. Went to school at White Oak Secondary School and attended the Bachelor of Film and Television at Sheridan College. I was not expecting to speak tonight, but I felt that I had to. So for many of my friends, they moved into Sheridan College, into residence, and then into the nearby housing in Sheridan College. And there's been a lot of discussions about welcoming in new members of our community. And from my perspective, my friends did not feel welcomed. Their time at Sheridan, they did not feel welcome at all. If they wanted to, a lot of them lived in that high-rise apartment in the Raba complex across the campus, and their only option for shopping was the Raba convenience store, which is very overpriced. And so if they wanted to go to a grocery store to get food, they had to rely on the bus system. So that could cause them, waiting up to possibly 45 minutes if the bus doesn't come on time, and a lot of times it doesn't. And then they have to go all the way up to Walmart, have their full bags of groceries on the bus, bring it all back. There goes a chunk of your day. And that's for every single thing you do in Oakville if you don't have a car. If you don't have a car in Oakville, you're a second-rate citizen. It's so frustrating that that's something we still have to talk about. And the idea that we could implement more housing, even like just adding this 4-unit thing, even that this is such like a topic that needs to be processed over and over and over again, and that we keep saying that we don't have enough information, or we need to think about it. We need to discuss it more. It's just deeply concerning on a humanitarian level. Do we want to welcome in more people of the community? I don't. It's such. Excuse me, I'm getting a bit emotional, but it's so frustrating that this is such a complicated situation when it doesn't have to be. There's lots of things that make it complicated, but there should be, I believe, more passion and grace for the people of my generation to be accounted for in these conversations. Many of my friends would not skip meals to avoid going to the grocery store because they were afraid of spending more money. And even if there's a smidgen like that, affordable housing, or like adding this 4-unit thing, this 4-unit bylaw could slightly improve that, we should try. And I don't know why it's so hard. Even I've heard so many reasonings from the council members, and I don't know why still. And yeah, there's so many things that we have to think about too when we're bringing more people in. Like, Trafalgar. Trafalgar is a very dangerous and unpleasant place to be. But that's not because of people. That is because of cars. If we had more bike lanes, I believe there was a plan to have a rapid bus route on Trafalgar. Yeah. There's a possibility that maybe Trafalgar could become more of a welcoming place for the students who have to live there if they want to easily get to their campus to learn. And yeah, when you're in Oakville, there's a lot of my friends. I have a joke with my friends that, "Oh, what do you do for Oakville in Oakville when you're a young kid?" "Oh, you go to Toronto." That's the there's nothing there. There's there's not much, and that's just the case of the GTA in general. It seems that we put so much of this idea of we've been going on this idea of suburbanization for decades. The idea of suburban sprawl has been since World War II. Like this idea, this strategy we've been having for housing and development is something from the 50s. Sure, it's developed, but we're still not, we are so far behind from the rest of the world. That is so concerning. So concerning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So I don't remember anybody else wanting to talk, and it's late. I'll confine the matter to the table. And I'll ask council if there are any speakers or if you'd like me to put the vote. Councillor Duddick.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be brief. I appreciate wholeheartedly the breadth and the different opinions that we've heard this evening regarding this whole proposal with the Housing Accelerator Fund. Unfortunately, I think we have attached a misnomer to it by deeming it being affordability. It's not affordability. It's about different ranges of housing. But even then, we're not doing what we need to do because, case in point, the Department of National Defense lands at the corner of Rebecca and Dorval, they had small individual houses. They are now 3-story, 3 million plus townhomes. So you can intensify, but that doesn't deal with the market. The market is the driver for this. And in listening to some of the delegates, and I applaud you for coming out, the youth, because we need that more and more. This is not a new issue. I've got a 42 and a 44-year-old children. One has a house, the other rents a house, and they cannot afford, nor have they ever been able to afford, to live in Oakville. So this is not new. And I think many around the table, if you ask them if they have children of that age, it's no different. I was disappointed that we didn't focus more on some of the rental housing, because you talk about the increase in terms of home ownership. The rental costs alone are astronomical in Oakville, hence why you've got these $400 for a bed. Again, there's so many things, and I appreciate the fact it might seem very off-putting, but we have to take our responsibilities very dearly when we represent our constituents and the community. And that's why we repeatedly ask questions. We want to know that what we're doing is in the best interest of the community. And for me, whatever price tag you put on it, you can't put a price tag on the quality of life. And that's what people like myself, Councillor Chisholm, who were fortunate enough to be born and raised in Oakville, we had a quality of life that is slowly going. It's going everywhere. It's not just Oakville. So I'm sorry, I cannot support 4 units as of right. I applaud again that the federal government, unlike the provincial government, at least had the decency to ask us to weigh in, but the provincial government did not. So until I get some sort of certainty as to it being affordable, I don't see it producing what we had hoped it to be. So I apologize. I will vote by item at the appropriate time. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Duddick. It's in order that we vote on it by pieces. Councillor Haslett-Thiel.
Mayor Burton, I just wanted to express to some of the young people in the room that if you don't think we have heard you, trust me, all of us are listening, and we all do have young people who sometimes call mom and dad and say, can't make the rent this month. I am really torn, because I know that we have not done the due diligence that needs to be done. And this is, it seems like it's just such an easy thing to do, but it has significant ramifications for how we evolve neighborhoods. And it took us a while to get into this mess, and we probably are going to take some time to get out of it. And I really felt that one of the speakers, when they said, if you make a commitment, you got to follow through. But then I also heard a young man say, at least take the opportunity and hear more. And so while I personally believe that there are fundamental problems with doing an as-of-right, town-wide approach, I will, in my mind, at least say I'm willing to hear more. And so I will support A, because I do believe I should hear more. I am not telling you that in the ultimate final decision, depending on the details that come back, that I will go to 4 as of right, because fundamentally I will need a whole lot more than our lives are challenging. We know life is challenging. 4 as of right is not going to solve it. However, I'm open to hearing more. I've always said I'd be open to public consultation, and so I will support A.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Adams?
Thanks, Your Worship. I just wanted to ask about the procedure. A and B together make up the request by the minister, and I ask that those not be separated, that A and B be voted on together. Because if you pass A, but you don't pass B, from what I understand, we don't get any cash. So,
So our procedure bylaw is very clear. On request, an item can be separated into as many pieces as you want. I think we just have to, you're just going to have to deal with four or five votes here.
well then, if that's the case, I think when we get to the end of it, we ought to take an overall vote, because I think the package is important. And to be clear, I'm going to support all of the package. But the package is meaningless from the perspective, the reason that we're here tonight, not some other night, is the minister's request.
Yes. Thank you for your advice. I think we're bound by our procedure bylaw. If all 5 pieces pass, it's the same thing as voting on them together, so
Agreed.
we gain nothing for the extra time, but thank you for the advice.
Okay. And on the package, then if I can speak very briefly, I think I've already said a lot about the various pieces, but I'm going to say it again with respect to Part B, which is the part about Sheridan College and the 4-story limit. I don't really believe the 4-story limit is going to dramatically change the kind of housing that happens in the Sheridan College 800-meter area. When I look at the map, there are actually very few places that I think in the near term are likely to take up the offer of 4 stories, either because the lots themselves wouldn't really function properly, or B, because the housing stock that's there is relatively recent and it wouldn't make financial sense to knock it down to build something different. There's a tiny number of locations where Councillor Knoll and I have talked about it, where if there's a home that needs to be changed, it might be an improvement. But there are not very many of them. And so if it improves the affordability for the neighborhood in terms of providing some relief, then great. But I'll say it again. Sheridan College needs to build some resident space on its campus. It does not have enough, and there's a whole pile of students in the neighborhoods that could do better. And they ought to have the opportunity, and Sheridan College, in conjunction with the province, and maybe the federal government offering some funding for when they're allowing certain numbers of students to come into campuses, they ought to take responsibility for it. So I think I've said enough, and it's a late hour, and so thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Councillor Elgar.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. I'd just like to say we're well on the way of meeting our 33,000 target to 2031, 2032. But what I'd ask Mayor Burton is if we could put it up on the screen for everybody, if there's anybody at home watching to see what we're actually voting on, because I don't think they're going to understand. So if we get staff, put it on the screen. Appreciate it.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
I will just draw your attention to Councillor Haslett Beals is here. That would be D.
She distributed that to you by email. Or they could very well, because we've talked about it a lot. But anyway, do you have anything further? All right. All right. Let's see here. Is there any objection to A? Yes, it's going to be a recorded vote, and out of respect for the hour, I'm trying to do it in an efficient way here. So Councillor Duddock, Councillor Chisholm, Councillor Elgar, and Councillor Nanda are voting against A, and everybody else is voting for it, and the record will record that vote. That's already in it, but it didn't make it onto the screen, but that was the one that talked about with due regard for heritage conservation, infrastructure capacity, and servicing. Purely a sensible thing. All right, B is next. This is that staff be directed to bring forward a zoning bylaw amendment permitting 4 stories within 800 meters of Sheridan College for council's consideration within 90 days of the passing of this resolution. Are there any objections to this one? There being none, the clerk will record that we each voted for this. C, that staff be directed to bring forward a zoning bylaw amendment for Sheridan College that will bring zoning regulations into alignment with the town's official plan. Is there any objection to this one? There's no objection. The clerk will record that each of us voted for it. D is that staff engage with the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure, and Communities as soon as possible on the ministry's support for inclusion of a gentle density strategy in our housing accelerator application. Developing and prioritizing a gentle density strategy would include identifying a criterion to assess commercial properties near residential communities suitable for conversion to mixed use, identifying commercial properties that meet this criterion, determining the potential increase in housing supply and housing mix, including rental, condos, and affordable, a public consultation plan for identified locations, property owner feedback, and any regulation changes that would be necessary to support implementation. Further, that staff report back to council on the feedback received from the ministry. Is there any objection to this clause? Madam Clerk, no objection is seen, and you will record that each of us voted for that. And finally, that the mayor respond to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure, and Communities office with any update to the Housing Accelerator Fund application, including the appropriate resolutions of council just passed, by January 24th. Is there any objection to this? Madam Clerk, there is no objection to this, and so you will record that we unanimously, each of us voted for that. Thank you, everybody, for your time and your trouble, and what I think was a very, very good conversation. Now, Council, we are detained by a little matter of advisory committee minutes, namely the Heritage Oakville Advisory Committee minutes from December 19th. On a suggestion by Councillor Giddings, and we have delegations registered on this, there is a desire to change 1B from that the 9 windows be wood to, and where did it go? It's right here. That the 3 windows on the front elevation be wood, not aluminum-clad wood, as I am told is our heritage practice. And Councillor Giddings is, of course, somewhat qualified in this area, having served on the committee for quite some time. All right. Staff in the person of Susan Shepherd is available to briefly explain this. I just don't know whether she's online or what. Here we go. Coming forward.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't have a formal presentation, so I am available to answer questions. But essentially, to sum up the issue, the property owner, being St. Jude's Anglican Church, applied to replace 9 windows on 148 William, which is not the church itself. It's a small building just located to the side of the church that is part of the church property. Staff's recommendation was that the windows were in such a deteriorated condition that replacement was suitable. And staff recommended that the front windows, which include 3 windows, 2 on the first story and 1 on the second story, be wood windows that would match the materials that currently exist on the building. But in order to provide some flexibility and inconsistency with other heritage permit applications we've dealt with in the past that have permitted aluminum clad wood window products on side elevations, rear elevations, or additions to heritage buildings, recommended to permit the 6 windows, that being 3 on each of the side elevations, to be the aluminum clad wood as requested by the property owner. There was much discussion at Heritage Oakville. The committee felt that all 9 windows should be wood windows, not clad in aluminum. And we are here today for council's determining action.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shepherd. And I don't see any questions, so thank you. Councillor Chisholm, I see a question.
I'll make it short. Did we not, on Trafalgar Road at one time not too long ago, that the windows, we basically said they had to replace with all wooden windows, and the cost was astronomical compared to putting in, I guess, clad windows, and council approved clad windows over the wooden windows on Trafalgar Road?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't recall the exact circumstances, but I can say just in very general terms that wood
I'm
windows...
sorry, my apologies, it's on Reynolds. It was on Reynolds. Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
Across from the rec center.
I do recall that property, thank you. I think in that particular instance, the question was whether or not the windows should be replaced at all. In the end, council did vote to permit replacement of all of the windows, when I think staff and the Heritage Committee had been of the opinion that those windows were restorable. So we're in slightly different circumstances here. The condition report provided by the church does state that the windows have deteriorated to the point where staff feel that the amount of replacement material required would essentially mean that the windows would have to be rebuilt with new materials anyways. And so, sorry, did that answer all of your question, Councillor Chisholm? Sorry, it's getting late.
Thank you both. Councillor Duddick?
Thank you. I'll keep it brief. So just procedurally, we have the minutes and the motion from the committee to adopt what is currently before us. So we either need a motion to deny that or vote against it, put it that way, in order for Councillor Giddings' motion to be in. Oh, okay.
No,
Glad I asked.
my ruling as chair is that items are in the agenda, but they're not on the floor until somebody puts them on the floor. And Councillor Giddings is putting on the floor all of what's in front of you with this change to be. And in the name of efficiency, I mean, we can vote stepwise through it if you want, but we get to the same place. Right? Okay. So Kevin Coleman and Robert Doyle are here for St. Jude's. And gentlemen, in respect of the hour, can I just see if you would just answer one question? And that question would be, Are you satisfied with the motion by council, with the amendment by, the change by Councillor Giddings?
No, we are not. We have a brief presentation. It's well organized, it's brief, and it speaks to our desire to have all of the windows be of the same construction and the reasons why we believe that the aluminum-clad windows make sense for that building.
Please begin.
Okay. So, good evening, Mayor Burton and members of the council. My name is Kevin Coleman. I'm a warden with the St. Jude's Anglican Church, and with me is Robert Clarence, who is our business manager. And as said, we're here to speak to item 9.1 about the window replacements. Next slide. This is the structure of our presentation. I'm not going to read these slides. I'd encourage you to read them as I speak, but there's no point in me reading them. Next slide, please. Our recommendation is similar, but our recommendation is to say the 9 windows be either wood or aluminum-clad wood. And in fact, our intention would be to proceed with aluminum-clad windows. Okay. Next slide, please. This is the building in question. Many of you may recognize this building. It's easily recognizable, it's quite distinct. It's next to St. Jude's Church, and you can see 3 of the windows in this front elevation. 2 which are typical of the windows in the building, and 1 unique window above the doorway. Next slide, please. These are the side elevations. The picture on the right is the west side, and it was taken from the sidewalk, and you can see those windows are just as visible as the windows at the front of the building. It makes no sense to us that you would have one material on one and another material on the other. The other windows on the east side of the building are quite visible from the lawn, which we view as it's a garden, it's a park, and it's generally a resource for the community. Okay. Next slide, please. Here's some details of the window. What we're proposing to do is to replace the cream-colored portions of the window in these pictures. The dark green surrounds and the green shutters will not be disturbed. They're wood, they're original wood, or they certainly go back many, many, many years. As part of this project, we will do any minor touch-up, but there's no reason why we would have to disturb those at this point. Okay. Next slide, please. The windows themselves, the current windows, let's see, sorry, the original house was built 1835. It was a small rectangular building built by a mariner out of local materials and scavenged materials. It was a very low-cost building. No architect has ever been involved in that or the subsequent expansions. Between 1875 and 1890, a second story was added and an extension was made to the rear, and that was the time that a new set of windows was installed all around. We received the building as a gift in 1915, and in 1920, the 9 windows were all replaced with the windows that are there today. So these windows have seen long service. Okay. Next slide, please. St. Jude's has a long history of conservatorship and also of community support. We're an active participant in the community. We've cared for diligently our church and this little cottage, and recently we spent $700,000 restoring the roof of the church with hand-cut slate tiles because we didn't want to use a synthetic alternative. I'd remind you also that in 2011 the building had collapsed at the rear and was uninhabitable, and the church spent considerable funds and a considerable amount of volunteer effort to rebuild the building when the alternative was clearly to demolish it and use it to expand the garden or to expand the parking lot. So we've already rescued this building from demolition once. Also, we use our building generally, our main building is used widely for church outreach programs. We've recently refurbished our kitchen, and we prepare 1,000 meals a week for the community food support programs. So we're very active members of the community, and we believe in the goals of the Heritage Committee. I want to just take the next slide, please, and begin talking about the Pella Heritage Windows. And we have one here for you to see. If I can ask Vanna White here to make the presentation. But as you can see, these are a very attractive window. These were designed because Pella recognized, and I'm not a Pella salesman, I'm going to sound like one for 5 minutes, but I just want you to know which windows we're talking about. It's not aluminum clad windows in general, it's this particular line of aluminum clad windows. Pella engaged with the National Park Service in the US, who are custodians of many heritage buildings, to find a lower maintenance and historically accurate window that they could use on their buildings, and this was the design. I'll show you we're gonna just flip through the next 4 slides, which show you what it is that makes these historically accurate. The profile of the Muntins is a particular profile, a putty profile they call it, which is typical of older windows, where they puttied in all of the lights. Next slide, please. Through-style construction says that the vertical elements actually passed through the horizontal elements. The style of construction was abandoned many years ago. I don't know exactly when, many years ago, but these windows actually have brought that back. Next slide, please. Integral light technology is a technology Pella developed to give the illusion that the Muntins actually passed through the panes of window. These are truly divided lights, when in fact the windows themselves now are thermopane, and they have a foam insert, which gives the illusion of the divided lights. In our case, we don't have all these small panes. We've only got it divided in 2, I believe. And the next slide, please. And they use authentic hardware, but of course that's not a difficult thing. Next slide, please. If I'm going too quickly, please tell me to slow down, but I realize it's late, we're all tired, and you have the more details in front of you there. These windows that we're talking about today and their predecessors, the Pella Architect series of windows, are permitted on new construction in the Heritage District because the Heritage Committee determined that they actually characterized, they were consistent with the character of the buildings in that area. That in fact there was no reason not to use them on new construction because they appeared to be authentic. In fact, from the street, you can't really tell the difference between these ones and their wooden counterparts. I note that in the Niagara Parks area, when the Niagara Parks area, they actually used these windows on the new power station project to replace all those massive wooden windows. They replaced them with the Pella Heritage windows. The City of Ottawa now lists these as a valid alternative to the wood windows. An important point, and I realize I'm running short on time, an important point is that installation of these windows will not damage the building. So if at any point in the future someone wanted to replace them and revert to another window, they would simply remove these ones from the window openings and replace them again. So we're not going to damage the building whatsoever. We're just going to give the best window possible. Next slide, please. This is just a quick slide. You can read that yourself if you like, but modern wood windows, if we were to buy the wood version of this, it would be exactly the same construction. It would have nothing to do with the historical buildings that were installed in 1920. Any student of historical architecture would learn little or nothing from studying new wood windows that were put in that same series. Next slide, please. At St. Jude's, we have 3 concerns that we're trying to balance and that went into this recommendation. As a landlord, we have to provide an attractive, warm, secure home for our tenant. This is a tenanted building. As a charity, we have to make sure that we look for the lowest lifetime cost, lowest long-term maintenance costs, as well as purchase costs, because we're spending our parishioners' donations. And as a custodian of a heritage-listed property, of course, we have to maintain the appearance and the character of the building consistent in the neighborhood. And then I've listed there the 3 things that we believe this satisfies. I just note briefly on the following slide that what we heard from the Heritage Committee was mixed. Okay, that's my last slide, so I'll stop there.
I note that you did promise to be brief, and so I would ask you to answer this question. Do you have something else to wrap up with?
No, that was my last slide.
All righty. Well, then you timed it perfectly, and I thank you. Councillor Giddings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One question. I didn't hear you at the start of your presentation. Your desire is to have either all metal or all wood, or was it?
Well, our intention is our desire is to have all the windows be these metal-clad windows because of the long life and because of the lower maintenance costs. So what I suggested, if you're going to make some adjustments to the recommendation, put the choice in there and let us choose between metal-clad or wood. Or you could just change it to say that these all be metal-clad windows, because that would be our intention.
All right, well, currently, the Heritage Committee said that all 9 windows were to be wood.
Yes, that's correct. We would like them to be metal-clad.
So, I understand that. Past practice and the Heritage, as you heard during the Heritage meeting, is for the front-facing windows to be wood, and that the secondary windows can be metal-clad. So, Mr. Mayor, my motion stands as it is. If you have difficulties with them mixing and matching, it sounds like they'll look very similar, if anything different. If the only other option would be, in my mind, would be to go back to all wood. So I think this is the better alternative for you, the motion that's on the floor.
That wasn't a question, I take it?
I would interpret what the good councillor said as you haven't talked him out of his support for his motion. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council, may I put the vote? Is there any objection to Councillor Giddings' revision of the item 9.1? Councillor Lischina and Councillor Dudek and Councillor McNeice and Councillor O'Meara and Councillor Knoll, and that carries. But it was, and Councillor Chisholm. But I believe, subject to a recount, that carries. It was close though in the real meeting. So thank you, everybody. The next item is 4.2, and that's the heritage permit application for 1042 6th line, the alteration and removal of cultural heritage landscape attributes. The recommendation is the heritage permit application for alteration and removal of cultural heritage landscape attributes at 1042 6th line be denied. Councillor Knoll.
I'm moving the motion.
Thank you. Let's all agree it's late. Councillor Giddings, your hand is up, so I'm turning to you. Exactly. All right, we're good. Is there any objection to Councillor Knoll's motion to deny? Madam Clerk, I see no objection. That carries unanimously. How about a motion to rise and report? Councillor Dudek, you won the hand race. Is there any objection to her motion? There being none, that carries. And I rise and report the Committee of the Whole met and made recommendations on the consent items, the confidential item, and the discussion items and the advisory committee minutes as noted by the clerk. A mover and seconder for the report is in order. Councillor Longo and Councillor Lischina, thank you. Any objection? That carries, and I thank you all for that. Is there any new business of an emergency, congratulatory, or condolence nature that you'd like to detain us with? All right, then I need a mover and a seconder for consideration and reading of the bylaws as listed in the agenda, except for 12.7 and 12.8, which were pulled because of 7.1. And Councillor Elgar and Councillor Chisholm, thank you. Is there any objection to the motion? There's none, and so the bylaws are read, considered, and passed, as noted by the clerk. And believe it or not, that ends the work of this meeting, and it's not midnight quite yet. So well done, Council, and that ends the meeting.